Okay, good morning to all of you. So we are going to start with this will be almost this is an extra class for the people who are there also online. Okay, so uh, the point of discussion for today is there are a few topics that we'll do. I will first start with the remaining section on species. In the species, we'll go into mammals, okay, the birds, some invasive species in use, aquatic species in use, etc., etc. So that is the first section that we will do. Right. So here there are a few updates which I'll tell you. Second thing will be we will see certain insecticides, pesticides under the broad topic of soil pollution. Here, two main things we want to cover. One is carbofuran and chlorpyrifos. But while discussing this, we'll also discuss endosulfan. We will discuss forever chemicals, PFAS, and then the discussion around this part. And then the last remaining section will be waste to energy as well as sustainability, right? This is what we're going to discuss today, right? Okay. Now, wherever I'll be referencing any previous section, I'll tell you. I think lecture 3 and lecture 4 PDFs are now in your Telegram channel, and at the end of each PDF, I'll also given you those homework that we've discussed, right? So whenever you find time, those who have not gone through what is to be done, there's a long list of homework, so you can also complete that. Okay. Now, please, this is the very first update. Write it somewhere. We had done how many Ramsar sites in India? 96. Yesterday, 2 new have been added. This is 98. And on 2nd February, there's a good chance the last update of 100 may come. So just write at any other place. There have been 2 which have been added. One has been added in Uttar Pradesh, UP, and one in Gujarat. Right now, you need to only know the names. Patna Bird Sanctuary, ETA, UP. This is one of those recent sites. And the second one is this, the Chari Dant. This is in Kutch, Gujarat. What do we now know from 96? Right now, as of now, as we are speaking, we are at 98. So that is one point to remember. 2 new additions. And again, I've told you, please keep a tab on 2nd February. 2nd February happens to be which day? World Wetland Day, right? So we can also have a look at that. So 2 names. Patna Bird Sanctuary is in UP. This is not in Bihar. And this Chari Dhant, this is in Kutch, Gujarat. 2 new additions. So now from 96, we have moved to 98. Okay. So just 2 names that you have to add. Later on, you can go through this also. Just for now, it is not 96, it is 98, right? Now, till here, following. Again, this will also give you people online to settle down, and the people who are watching this right now. Now, the second thing, now I'll be starting with is the species section, and I think the very first page, you have a page which in lecture number 3 on mammals. Okay, in mammals, acha, is this not working? Acha, ek second. Visible? Acha, theek hai, okay. Now, on mammals, just one thing you have to remember, and I'll come back to this part. 1 second. You can make for mammals a simple classification, 3 types. Of course, placental mammals. Any example of placental mammals? Okay, elephant, tigers, etc. All these are placental mammals. Second thing we know, marsupials. These are pouched. Okay, three things to know in mammals. One is placental mammals. Examples, again, all these common examples: humans, elephants. You have marsupials, kangaroo, koala, wombat. Now, large population of marsupials, where do you find which continent? Okay, but some mammals I can also find, sorry, some marsupials can also be found in America. I'm saying some, not all. Major mammals, sorry, major marsupials, I'll again rephrase. Major marsupials you will find in Australia. With Australia, try to remember a Wallace line. Yaad aa raha hai? Okay, that was dividing the species. That also we had seen. Okay, and you have these egg laying mammals. You can have this echinida and platypus. So this is a classification of mammals. Generally, when we start, we should know some of these names. Now talking of them, I'll just show you a couple of images so that it becomes easier for you to see them. Now, platypus and echinida, egg-laying mammals, you can write another term. Either you can write this monotremes or monotremata, right? And other examples, like you don't remember these scientific names, only remember, let's say we have elephants, carnivores, okay? Primates may humans, apes, monkeys. And how do we differentiate apes and monkeys? Any idea? Right? That we have seen, brain size to body weight ratio, and also presence or absence of a tail. Okay. So just a couple of terms. Few moments from now, we'll also see what is the term cetaceans. We will see whales, dolphins, porpoise. Right? Today only we'll again revise what is a dugong, etc. So these are, so what should you remember in mammals? First keyword is warm-blooded. Second keyword is vertebrates. Okay, and other than that, four limbs, hair, and produce milk. Generally, what you can remember. So the takeaway till now, what we've seen is classification, placental. Second one is marsupial pouched. Third one is egg laying. For egg laying, we have seen a new term, that is monotremes or monotremata. Okay, any name that you are able to recall. Platypus, echinida can be these examples. Take it just for reference, because a couple of these questions have been asked in the past, so one has to know which of the following etc. type of questions. Okay, okay. Now, in this part, there are few updates. Okay, one by one, I'll cover these updates. Okay, now one thing which we have done in detail is your big cat species, right? In fact, if you try to recall all the big cat species we have done, we've started with tiger, lion. What was the lion? Asiatic lion. Third one was cheetah, then leopard, and then snow leopard, and then jaguar, and then puma. Okay, all this we had seen, right? Now in the big cat species, right, there are two specific updates that you have to write. सबसे पहले लिखो snow leopard. So in your mammal sheet now, number one, the headings that you are seeing will be, you will just write that. Any other keyword which I am telling you additionally, you will have to write that. Okay, big cats we've already done. Okay, but still there are two facts I have to tell you. One fact for snow leopard and one for the Asiatic lion. Okay, So first, just write down snow leopard. People who are also watching this online, and you can write it here only in this page only on mammals. Okay. Later on, if you want to update your big cat species page, then you can do that. But abhi ke liye, for this part, this is more than enough, right? So इसमें just put a dash for snow leopard. Just one update is there. The recent numbers, okay. So first write maximum numbers in Ladakh, if you can remember. In our update, we had seen almost 718. That was the total number of snow leopards that you would find. Maximum numbers are in which state? So just remember this fact on snow leopard because there was a recent survey on snow leopards which was carried out. Okay. And 718 was one we had already done. The survey which was carried out by Wildlife Institute of India. We've done snow leopard in more detail in the sense that we've also seen, for example, the specialized nasal cavity which it has. Rosettes are the unique patterns. We've seen the Bishkek declaration, right? Other than that, ghost of the mountain. Okay. Any other thing that you recall from snow leopard? There are 12 snow leopard countries. Okay. And there was a very important program that was the Padmaja Naidu. All of those facts I'm not telling you. The reason is that we've already covered under the big cat species program. Here the main update was the recent update on the Ladakh that almost 477. You think of close to 500. Our maximum is there. In Ladakh, which place should you remember? This is also known as snow leopard capital, and other than this, we've also done the big XC2 conservation program, which is which place? This also we had done, by the way. Yes, Padmaja Naidu. The only thing to remember here is this maximum number in Ladakh as outlined by recent census. Other updates we've had a look at. Okay? The very first thing for us to know. Second is most of the things you know, but I'll tell you a new status. We are now talking of Asiatic lion. Second thing. Now, you read about IUCN's red list. Okay. Now there is a IUCN's new green status assessment. This has been carried out for lion in Africa as well as India. So new assessment is there, that is in the news. What is the new assessment known as? The green status. So write the name Asiatic lion and put a dash, write IUCN's new green status assessment. Okay, new green status assessment. Now, if this would have been a red list, you are familiar with the terms of the red list, okay? Which can be vulnerable, right? Which can be endangered, critically endangered, extinct, so on and so forth. Here you have a different criteria. Here you talk about different categories. Now, when I say green status, the species for which we are doing some conservation efforts are going to put under the green status, right? So very recently, Asiatic lion has been put in this, and when it is mentioning Africa and India, so it is talking of two different types of lions. Okay. Second thing to remember is it totally has around 9 criteria. So recovered, slightly recovered, moderately, largely depleted, etc. Here it is under largely depleted. Okay, this is one thing to remember. Now lions, when we're talking of lions, lions were seen to be earlier seen as the African lion as well as the Asiatic lion. However, there has been a slight change. IUCN has something known as the SSC Species Survival Commission. It has divided this into two parts: Panthera leo, which are found in Central Africa, West Africa, and Asia. And the second one is Panthera leo. Okay, this is Milano chaeta. All you need to know here, mainly if this is slightly more detail, again mentioned in the article only, but the point that you will remember is IUCN ka there is a new green status. Asiatic lion assessment has been done for it. In the green status, there are total 9 categories for recovery. Now, talking of Asiatic lion, where do you find it in India? Gir. And the only thing to remember after this is what is the second home? Barda, yaad hai? This also we had seen. Barda Wildlife Sanctuary, right? This will be the last level of detail. Okay, that instead of now, this was in previous classification African into Asiatic, but now they've gotten into slightly more detail. If you want to know this, this will be a very factual point, right? But other than that, just remember there's a green status assessment that has been done. One, for which species? Asiatic lion, right? So in the big cat, these are the two new updates that one needs to know. Other big cats we've already done. We've made a table for that. Their behaviors, etc., etc. We've had a look at. Okay? And here also some specific points you can again later on go through the slides for more detail. Of this line. First, initially they were only put under this Panthera category and this Panthera leo persica. Now this has slightly changed. A new specific genus has also been added, right? That is the only difference. Okay? Now, you have a whole table and a list of I or species recovery program, integrated development of wildlife habitat and or species recovery program. How many species are there right now? 22, right? There is a proposal to add ghadial to it and sloth bear, right? Here only I'll just quickly cover the updates related to both of them. One is ghadial, one is a sloth bear, right? Which is the mammal? Are both mammals? Which is the mammal? Sloth bear is the mammal. What is the ghadial? First thing to remember here is this reptile, right? Now, when I'm talking of ghadial is, first thing to remember is critically endangered. Second thing to remember, in India you have 3 crocodile species. What are the 3 crocodile species? Ghadial, magar, saltwater crocodile, right? Now, maximum population I'm saying of ghadial will be found in maximum population, but it can be found in other areas also. Okay, so there are 3 types of crocodile species, and in this, the only state to have all the 3 of them are Odisha. Odisha is the only state to have all the 3 varieties, right? And there is a Kendrapara district also in Odisha, and of course you will find them in Simlipal. You will also find them in the brackish water saltwater crocodiles in Bhatarkanika. So Odisha will have all the 3, right? And out of the 3 crocodile species, the one critically endangered one is ghadial. It is named ghadial. Why? Because how its snout is shaped, it's like a ghada, right? So again, just for quick reference, this is ghadial is critically endangered. It's a reptile. Total you have 3 crocodile species, right? Out of them, ghadial is critically endangered. You will find all these 3 types of species in which state of India? Odisha. Maximum population of ghadial you will find in Chambal River, right? These are the few things that you can remember on this ghadial. Okay. Additionally, if you want to remember one more thing, we've already discussed this. In 1975, we had a Crocodile. Project Crocodile started from which protected area? Bhitarkanika. This also we discussed. Now you have to, for some points, you have to just recall. For others, just make bullet points and keep on adding. Okay. So even this species, I'll structure in a manner so that for separate the mammals ho gaye. Okay. Some important updates on plants and trees, or for invasive species, or for aquatic species, we will try to consolidate today. Right. These are some updates on Ghadial. This is the heading so that you will now remember. Center's scheme for. Yahan pe, although in many new newspapers you will find this heading, critically endangered species, but are all the species in species recovery program critically endangered? Nahi. So even if you read your newspaper articles, this is also not correct. What they also want to signify is these species have less population in India, and these species are actually what? Threatened, as simple as that. But if I go by IUCN, all the species, which means all the 22 species in the critical or the government's program, species recovery program, they are not critically endangered. Is that clear? Okay. So while many newspapers, even down to earth, may publish articles like this, it does not mean that these 22 species are critically endangered as per IUCN. Yes, their numbers can be less, right? This is your Ghadial. Second is your sloth bear. What is the meaning of sloth? Lazy, right? For sloth bear, there are a couple of keywords that you should know. First thing is they are, ek term likhenge, only a couple of keywords you'll write. First is Myrmecophagus. There had been an update on one of the oldest sloth bear dying in captivity in the Bhopal Zoo. But you will don't remember this. Remember this, Myrmecophagus. Myrmecophagus are the ones who are going to eat termites, ants, okay, fruits. This is known as Myrmecophagus. These are Myrmecophagus species, number one, very important. The second fact you will write is these are nocturnal. And third important thing, which somebody can make a mistake. Sloth bears, you will think these are lazy, they will hibernate, but these do not hibernate. Sloth bears do not hibernate. Only these three things you should remember. One is Myrmecophagus, which means they'll eat fruits, ants, and termites. Second one, they are nocturnal. And the third fact you can write is these do not hibernate. Why are we seeing this? Because this has been added, or I think, or these will be examined in the species recovery program. Right now the list is 22. If the government adds both of them finally, then the list will become how many? 24. So that means even right now sloth bear is not there, and this Ghadial. So there is a proposal for their inclusion, which is why sloth bear or Ghadial related news becomes important for us. They may ask you any of these related aspects. Okay. Now, where would you find them? You will find them not just in India, but in the Indian subcontinent, which means you will also find them in India, but even in Nepal and Sri Lanka, in broad regions. Now, if it is present in Bhopal, you can also have a slight idea in general which kind of vegetation is it going to be found in. Okay, so this is not found in Himalayas, right? Generally, if you think of any bear, for example, but here, so tropical, moist tropical forests, savannas, grasslands, this is in part you have to know. Main thing, they are found in all parts of the country except this last line can be important, okay, except Jammu and Kashmir and northeast states. Found in all the parts except these parts, except Jammu and Kashmir and northeast states. Which one? Not an apex one, but overall, yes, it takes an important role, especially because of the reason sloth, it is not that active. Acha, this of course is a reptile. If you're writing it in mammal, but circle it and write this is a reptile, don't get confused. This is a separate heading which we're covering. Under that both are there. This is why I've specifically mentioned this is a reptile. People online, if somebody has a confusion, so Ghadial of course are reptile, don't have any confusion based on this. ठीक है, okay. Now till now what have we seen? One update on snow leopard, one update on Asiatic lion, third one on ghadial and sloth bear. Okay, now this is in the news. We have seen some of the updates. Bactrian camels, okay, Danskar ponies, okay, raptors. Just by the name, what is a raptor? Any idea? By the way, we have something known as a raptor, MOU. Any guess under which convention would this be? Okay, Convention on Migratory Species. Now, I think just after this page, do you have birds? Birds में अभी के लिए just write this name raptor separately. I'll quickly discuss with you this first. Let's discuss camels. Birds में just only write the name raptors. I'll discuss raptor MOU, Bond Convention, Asian Water Bird Census after this. अब देखो, the name is Bactrian camels. Okay. Now, the very first question that one should know is what types of camels are found in India. Okay, so you will have two types of camels. Okay, forget for now for this part. Can you see a single humped camel? And can you see a double humped camel? Right? Double humped camel, these are your Bactrian camels. Where would you find them? Nubra Valley. And second one is here, Arabian camel, or in general the single humped camel, we will write them as dromedary camels. Okay, so the very first thing you need to know the terms. The Bactrian camels are double humped, whereas the single humped camel are also known as dromedary camels. Right? Now, the main thing is, if you only look at the images, do you see certain different adaptations? One obvious thing that you see is hump. Why do the camel have hump? Fats are stored, and in times of distress, this fat can be further metabolized for giving energy, right? Second, if you look at the dromedary camel and the Bactrian camel, do you see a huge difference here? Thick skin, fur, would you find in Bactrian or Arabian? It is Arabian, sorry, Bactrian camel, right? So there is, of course, a direct visual way where we also see a difference. It is not just the hump, by the way, because this is to withstand very harsh conditions. So it is the Bactrian camel which is going to be having, let's say, a very thick fur skin to be able to survive in these harsh conditions, right? So here in camels, what have we seen? One is your, I will say, dromedary camels. In dromedary camels, we can have multiple types. Okay, so I'll just tell you the keywords to be written for these camels. In fact, we'd also mentioned while discussing of mangroves, which type of camels? Harai camels. Harai camels will be dromedary or Bactrian? They will be dromedary camels. Okay. Second thing, when I'm talking of dromedary camels, in which part of India would they be there? Let's say Rajasthan. And would they be close to certain tribes? They are close to certain tribes. Second, can I say these camels, can they be domesticated? If I'm saying they are used by tribes, they can be domesticated. In fact, even this question was asked some time back. And it had mentioned Kharai camels, and its first statement was, these animals cannot be domesticated. Which was wrong. They can be domesticated, for example, right? So here these terms will be very common. When they can be domesticated, even people can sit on them, they can be a part of tourism, etc. So पहले लिखेंगे, first write dromedary camels. Okay, and here you could just say write some of the names, comma करके. First write Bikaneri. This is again a type of camel, Bikaneri. Second, comma, Jaisalmeri. Bikaneri, Jaisalmeri. All these are some of the examples of dromedary, which means single humped. Okay, Bikaneri, Jaisalmeri, then right, Mewadi, Mewadi. First three which I've told you, Bikaneri, Jaisalmeri, Mewadi are from Rajasthan, right? What are they known for in general? Yield, the milk yield. They are known for the stamina to withstand harsh conditions of Thar desert, right? Can we say that? Next, right? Kutch. Kutch is where? Gujarat. So three we've seen from Rajasthan, Kutch from Gujarat, and the last one, right? The Kharai camel. If you break this term down, what is the meaning of Kharai here? Right? Saline, or let's say salt water. So this Kharai camel, few things to know here. It can swim. That is correct. It can survive in saline water. That is also correct. And what does it eat? It eats mangroves. Okay. In case of swimming, just up to 3 kilometers. If you want to put a limit, can swim up to 3 kilometers, which is again a very long stretch in which it can swim. Will be found in these saline waters, eats mangroves. Why is it in the news? Because the mangroves are declining. And if the mangroves are declining, will it be a threat to Kharai camels? Yes. So the issue right now which we are seeing is the decline of mangroves. Mangroves are in decline. That is one thing that we see, one issue. And second, which we were discussing, is the double hump, that is the Bactrian camel. For Bactrian camel, write few points. First, write two humps for energy in the bracket, write fat. Normally there's a misconception that in the humps the water is stored. What is stored? It is fat. So why it has two humps? One is, the reason is fat is stored. And why is fat stored? It is for energy. Second keyword, right? It has a thick coat. Right? Next, right? Can use dry thorns. It can use dry thorns and sea buckthorn. We have seen sea buckthorn and sea buckthorn shrub. Sea buckthorn shrub. थिक कोट के बाद कैन ईट, क्या बोला था? हाँ, कैन यूज ड्राई थॉर्न्स एंड इवन सी buckthorn shrub. And last, देखो, can partially eat snow. Can partially eat snow to meet water needs. गुजरात कच्छ, ठीक है, खड़े कैमल. Okay. And last also, right, for Bactrian camel, right, there they were key to the Silk Road route. Bactrian camel key to the Silk Road route. In fact, in just the last week only, there have been articles how Bactrian camel is a very important link between India and China. The reason is the Silk Road route. They used to move in these directions in very harshy terrains. So even there is a cultural angle. for the Bactrian camel, right? So that is one thing that you will keep in mind. Key to the Silk Road route. Silk Road route, right? So now if they want to ask you even on adaptations, what is dromedary, what is this, you can at least have some idea. So this is one update. IUCN status actually for Bactrian camel, that is also in the wild, उसके लिए अलग से status है. Okay, so उसके लिए if you want to write, लिख लो अलग से कि wild Bactrian camel dash critically endangered. Wild Bactrian camel, wild Bactrian camel is CR, critically endangered. Wild Bactrian camel is critically endangered. Okay. Now, limited number only, but not quantifiable. Or I don't have the numbers with me right now. Okay. But even if it would have been there, it will be very less in general. Not the huge numbers that you find. Location याद रखेंगे. Nubra Valley. Sometime back, if you see the paper of 2020, they've asked you in that question also. There were one option was Nubra Valley. This question was related to Siachen Glacier. Okay. So even this has been asked in some form. Okay. Now let's write elephants. Some things on elephants we've already seen, but only the updates we're going to write. What do you recall for elephants? Okay. Right. So first just keep on writing the keywords on elephants. If you already know it, excellent. First is matriarchal. Second, longest gestation period. Right, matriarchal, longest gestation period. Can they communicate with each other? Right, वो कर सकते हैं. And of course humans directly cannot hear it. The frequency is different, but they have a very unique way of communication. All of that, right? They are very intelligent, can use their trunk as tool. Okay. And for example, in elephants, first thing before I talk to you about two updates, here is this. Visually also you can understand, but just to know, there is an African elephant and there is the Asian elephant. Asian elephant is mostly found where, in which country? In India. 60% is found in India. 60. A very good number. We'll write that just for in a moment. Ab dekho, which is bigger in size? African elephant. That is one thing you will remember. Okay. Second thing you will remember is, what is this? Tusk. African elephant, male and female both have tusk. True or false? That is true. African may both male and female will have it. In Asian, what is the case? The males will have a tusk. Right? Second point, so one is the size, second is the tusk. Third thing, if you look carefully, is this ear also. This is bigger ear, smaller ear. Just look at this size, this part, curvature. Here almost at the bottom, it is at the top, right? Whereas the arc here is slightly different. Even this can be a point of difference. Generally, if you want to visually also look at how they're different. Okay. For us, the main point to remember is the tusk wala part we can remember. Okay. The size wala part or the ear flaps, etc. is also, so bigger ear flaps you'll find in African elephant, smaller one you'll find in Asian elephant. Okay. So this is the very first obvious thing which one needs to know. If they ask you a core static question on elephant, right? In addition, what did we just discuss? क्या points देखे? Matriarchal, longest gestation period, can communicate with each other, etc., etc. Very intelligent species, would mourn for the loss of their young ones. Okay. Now, a very recent survey has been carried out. अब ये line लिख लो, just write. Synchronous, right? Synchronous all India population estimate of elephants. Synchronous all India all India population estimation of elephants bracket 2021 to 2025. This has been carried out. Okay, and put a dash, right? This is, put a dash, right? India's first DNA based, India's first DNA based count of elephants. India's first DNA based count of elephants, right? By any guess if it is census, which body? The WII, Wildlife Institute of India. WII, by Wildlife Institute of India, under Project Elephant. Under Project Elephant. Okay. So this population estimation, what is special about it? India's first DNA based count of elephants. Which body has done it? WII, under Project Elephant. The Project Elephant is the old project. We've seen Project Tiger, Project Elephant, Project Crocodile. All these are centrally sector or sponsored. All are central sponsored schemes, all of them, right? So this was going on. Under Project Elephant, you have management of elephant. How? Elephant reserves were to be created, right? How many elephant reserves do we have in India right now? So we have 33 elephant reserves. Very recent estimation was done. Now if estimation was done, we need to know approximately how many elephants are there, which state is leading it. So state जो lead कर रहा था पहले, that is the same state. Which state has the maximum elephants? Karnataka. So even in this estimate, it is Karnataka that is leading. In fact, the same point. Just that the method has changed. Right here, it is done through a DNA count. Okay, that is the major update. So here, first point you write. So India has 60%, 60% of global Asian elephants. I'm saying Asian, I'm not saying all. India has 60% of global Asian elephants. Okay. In bracket, write greater than 22,000. Greater than 22,000. That is why we have the largest global population of elephants in the world. Greater than 22,000. Then write state wise. Karnataka, followed by Assam, till here you are clear. There, this is a small change. Karnataka followed by Assam, followed by, now here is Tamil Nadu. Okay, in the recent estimate, the first to remain the same that you generally read about the population, there is a small change here. Okay, but still only remember the most state, the state which is having the maximum. Even on this fact, if you recall, some time back UPSC had asked a question. Usme what they mentioned? Kerala has the maximum number of elephants. That was wrong. What is the state? Karnataka has the maximum one. And the last, right, where are they found mostly? So, right, found mainly in 4 forested hill regions. Found mainly in 4 forested hill regions. 4 forested hill regions. Put a dash, right, Himalayan foothills. Himalayan foothills, comma, northeast states, comma, east central India, and Andaman Islands and Andaman Islands. In these four, इसी के नीचे write a sub point. Western Ghats, Western Ghats has या hosts the largest population of wild elephants, which you can also guess from here: Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala, right? So, right, Western Ghats hosts the maximum population of wild elephants. Okay? So, this is what we have seen. How many of you recall what is Kumki? देखा है हमने training, right? So even this Odisha seeks 4 Kumkis, etc. This we know. Elephants might call each other, etc. by name. Lastly, this is almost slightly older news, but last year this was in news. Kodo millets led to death of elephants. Okay. The only thing to remember here is, of course, millets in general you read about. Why they died? Potentially the answer could have been this: mycotoxins. What is myco? Fungus. Okay. So it is not per se that millets are very problematic, but there could have been a fungus infestation, and the mycotoxins could have led to the poisoning of these elephants. The only thing to remember is Kodo millets dash mycotoxins, the release of mycotoxins that could have led to the death. Other than that, millets are important, hardiest crops, drought tolerant, yield, storage, all of that is the positive of millets. But यहाँ पे possibly there could have been mycotoxins. Myco is a fungus. So let's say the millets would have had a fungus infestation that causes toxins, then leading to death of these elephants potentially, right? So on elephants, one major update is the DNA census. Approximately how much India has Asian elephants? 60%, right? So keep that in mind. Okay, the same thing. Kumki is ultimately what? Captive, trained, captive Asian elephants. So even in one liner, if they ask you, you will be sorted. What are these Kumki elephants? Right? Other than this, you also know how many elephant reserves are there? 33. Just remember 33. No need to map them on this map. Okay, this will be more complicated because many of them are in contiguous zones. But of course, we know Western Ghats has a good population of the elephants. Even you will find them in Chhattisgarh or Odisha region, some in the northeast part, right? So overall, just remember how many are there? 33, and just remember the most recent one. Okay, so the most recent one is what you should know. That's it. Now right, rhino. Rhino. देखो, rhino में you have to remember only 3 things, right? First, almost this is a report. Every year the report comes out. So write the name of the report: State of the Rhino 2025. State of the Rhino 2025, and the report is published by International Rhino Foundation. State of the Rhino 2025. Who publishes it? International Rhino Foundation, right? Now this report will talk about how many types of rhinos. You can make a guess here: black rhino, Javan rhino, Sumatran rhino, white rhino, great one-horned rhino. Out of these 5, how many are found in India? Only one. Only one, which is greater one-horned rhino, right? But of course, you also have a black rhino, you have a Java, Sumatra, right? Ab isme, if you look at it, black rhino, Javan rhino, and Sumatran rhino, these are critically endangered, whereas white rhino, you have substantial population, and in India, the one which you have is greater one-horned rhino. You have 4075 roughly. Okay, don't remember how many. Now, if I say great one-horned rhino is found only in India, true or false? Because it is also found in Nepal, even Bhutan. So in nearby regions, you can also find it, right? So that is the very first thing. The name of, just know the name of the report, State of the Rhino, published by International Rhino Foundation. 5 species of rhinos. 3 are critically endangered: black, Java, Sumatra; white, near threatened; and overall great one-horned rhino. This is vulnerable. Only the status of vulnerable you should know, because the other 3 are critically endangered and also not found in India. The very first fact. Okay. Now, second thing, write great one-horned rhino. We'll write a couple of facts for great one-horned rhino. Isme don't write these numbers because anyways I'll share this with you. Just have a broad idea. Okay. अब आते हैं इस पे, great one-horned rhino. Where is the maximum population of great one-horned rhino? Kaziranga National Park. Kaziranga we have done in some other context also. Try to recall. What was that award? IUCN's Kenton Miller Award. Right? That is one context where we had seen Kaziranga. IUCN's Kenton Miller Award. Okay. चलो सबसे तो पहले लिखो maximum population. I'm not saying all population but maximum. Out of these 5, only this is found in India. Okay. In fact, these Java and Sumatra, they had got extinct. They are now only present in very limited locations. Okay. Out of these 5, what is found in India? Only great one-horned rhino. Okay. So first point is maximum population is found in Kaziranga, right? Second, right, Indian rhino vision. Second is Indian rhino vision, right? The name says Indian rhino vision, but this is not an initiative of Government of India. This is an initiative of Assam government with other, for example, Assam government will also collaborate with Bodoland Territorial Council, will collaborate with many NGOs, WWF, International Rhino Foundation, etc. What is the idea of Indian rhino vision? Simple: to increase population of rhinos, right? And also to move some of the rhinos to other places. Ab dekho, this is where the geography of Kaziranga or Assam is important, right? So when I'm saying geography is important, so for example, if I'm talking about this, the different national parks in Assam, right? Raimona, Manas, Orang, Nameri, Kaziranga, Debru Sekhova, and Dihing Patkai. Can I say this is the westernmost? This is the easternmost. Now you have river Brahmaputra flowing in. We've also seen this question in a test. To the north of river Brahmaputra you have Orang. To the south of Brahmaputra you have Kaziranga, right? Now, if Kaziranga has the maximum population of one-horned rhino, right? This can also get flooded, yes or no? The flooding will cause a problem, and it causes a problem. So which is why in the Indian rhino vision, broad idea is to increase the population. How would you increase the population? Some of them can go to Manas, some can go to Orang and different regions nearby. Okay. So the idea of this Indian rhino vision is to increase the population, and second is to move some of them to other important nearby protected areas. That is the idea. In fact, that is the reason why we were also moving Asiatic lion to other region. Yes or no? Asiatic lion were moved from which part to which part? Gir to Barda. For African cheetah, we also saw one more location. So originally in Kuno, and also they can go to Gandhi Sagar, right? You can remember these protected areas. Otherwise, if you just remember all the protected areas, so that list is never ending. This no, this you know. Here what trap they can play, this is the initiative of Government of India, but this is the initiative of Assam government. So just remember this in simple lines. Okay. Till now, only two things I've told you. One is about the state of the rhino report. Second is about rhino, the one horned rhino. One horned rhino is found in India, but I'm not saying it is only found in India. Okay. Third thing, why is this rhino hunted? Horn. The horn is made up of keratin, is the protein, right? Based on this, we will see two projects. Okay. The very first project you can write is, पहले लिखो, Rhizotope project. This is an international project. And then I'll tell you something which is happening in India, that is RHODIS, RHODIS. Rhizotope project. अब देखो, with the rhizotope, can you see an isotope? In yesterday's class, you would have also seen nuclear isotopes, etc. So, bhai देखो, इसमें what is happening? Here, radioisotopes are added to these horns, right? The idea is to make the horns useless and even poisonous for human consumption. So why this is added? To make this as a disincentive, as simple as that. So remember that even isotopes can be used to stop wildlife crime and wildlife trafficking. The name is rhizotope. RH is rhino and isotope is there, right? To make the horns useless and poisonous for human consumption. That is what you need to know. That's it. That is the international initiative. Right? Seen this? Next, right? RHODIS, RHODIS. This is this initiative. In rhizotope, just write the keywords. The horns are mixed with a radioactive isotope. Why? To make the horns useless and poisonous for human consumption. That's it. This initiative was done in South Africa. Ab dekho. This is a very recent initiative. Genetic analysis of Assam rhinos horn samples initiated. This project is known as RHODIS. And today also we'll see many such genetic analysis being done. Very recently, wild yak. For wild yak also genetic analysis has been done. So you will see the intersection of both environment as well as science and tech in these cases. RHODIS का full form लिखो dash करके. Rhino DNA Index System. Rhino DNA Index System. Put a dash, right? MOEFCC, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, plus WII, Wildlife Institute of India, plus WWF. Now, this RHODIS initiative is not an initiative of this year. This is going on since 2016. Why is this in news? In few months before, the Assam government partnered with Wildlife Institute of India to carry out the genetic analysis of these Assam rhino. So again, samples were collected for various 2500 odd horns, right? So that is the news. The name is what? RHODIS, RHODIS. So if they ask you, this is the right, this is the initiative of 2016. Okay, it's an old initiative, but still this is in the news. Okay. Now, एक और लाइन लिखो कहीं पे, लिखो वन हॉर्न राइनो is the largest rhino species. Out of all these species that we saw, one horned rhino is the largest rhino species. Second fact, right? Assam has 80%. Assam has 80% of global OHR, one horn rhino. Assam has 80% of global one horn rhino, with Kaziranga having 70% of it. Assam ke paas global one horn rhino, how much? 80%. And in that, 70% is by Kaziranga. Yes. 70% of the total global. Total 80% is with Assam, and in that the majority chunk is by Kaziranga. So genetic analysis is Rhodis. What is rhizotope? Right, that is there. You have 5 rhino species. A rhino, if somebody does not know, these are right. They're good for establishing forests by ingesting seeds. Now, can I say they can also be ecosystem engineers? Even elephants can be ecosystem engineers. These are some of the terms that are used. Okay. Okay. So keep that in mind. And last, I'll just take one more doubt that often comes in rhino. Okay. Now, talking of rhinos, bolo aap bolo. No, even for it is not just only limited to forest, but in general for ecosystems we can use the term, right? Yahan pe I just want to tell you one thing. There are two, for example, if a statement says white rhinos are second largest land mammal, right? Why second largest? And what is, if I remove the term land, which will be the largest mammal? Whales. Okay. Now, here sometimes there is a doubt, and for this we need to know the distribution of the rhino species. So here you see white rhino. कितनी population दिख रही है? 15,000. Now, if I look at white rhino here, right, you will see majority of the white rhino, or 98% of it, is found in South Africa, Zimbabwe, etc. But there are only 2 rhinos, or maybe even they are not remaining. They are found, and this, by the way, is also known as the upper one, the northern white rhino. So sometimes in the news you may find the white rhino getting extinct. सुना है? But अगर आप यहाँ देखोगे आप सोचोगे how is this correct? I am seeing 15,000 of them. So in classification there are 2 variants. One is northern, one is southern. If you look at northern, again directly from this WWF site only I have taken this. As of March 2018, there are only 2 rhinos left of northern white rhino. So if the newspaper or article is mentioning that the white rhino is almost on the brink of extinction, which one are they talking of? Northern one. Southern one is already huge in numbers, because 98.8% they are there in 4 countries, which is 4 countries: South Africa, Namibia, Zimbabwe, and Kenya. So when you see, and in the report they have not bifurcated it, by the way. In the record they only mention white rhino, but there are 2 genetically separate species. One is, this is the one which is almost on the brink of extinction, whereas the southern one is more than abundant. So this is a almost a very fine nuance, that if it troubles you, if you've read an article maybe in some time back, sir, no, I read that there are extinction, but here it is written NT, this is the reason. Northern almost on the brink of extinction, southern one is not. Other ones remain the same, right? Javan, Sumatro, they are critically endangered, black rhino, etc. Right now you have 80% of them in Assam, and in that 70% are in Kaziranga. Okay? Yes. Yeah, it is also declining, right? Right. Yeah. So here, if you just see where the numbers, The numbers are more. Generally speaking, we say the population is almost 50 or so. But here, how much population has declined in the last 10 years? In that sense, it is declining. And mainly, why? Poaching. Okay, so poaching has been a substantial threat. Hmm? Is one horn rhino, right? यहाँ पे देखो, there is this, if you find, and इसमें भी the height wise and this wise, one horn rhino, if you look at other sources also, one horn rhino will be the, amongst all the rhino species, will be the largest, followed by this one. हाँ, but इसके लिए I'll also give you other proofs. This, even in newspapers you will find many contradictory points for both of them. There's a very small difference in the height, right? Couple of species can be slightly bigger, but broadly speaking, you can find almost a unison. इसका भी supporting fact I'll also share with you. So whenever I share this, तो इसमें ही एक हो जाता है कि sir, is this correct or is that correct? So between them, is the white rhino bigger or is the one horn rhino bigger, right? So इसमें you also find out. I'll also share some supporting fact. Okay. Now, related to rhino, but totally unrelated to rhino is a term in the news. Grey rhino event. इसका rhino से कोई लेना देना नहीं है, ठीक है? Just what it is, highly probable, high impact event. It is visible also, foreseeable also, but often neglected until it causes catastrophic damage. And this is different from black swan event. सुना है black swan event? What is the black swan event? ये बुक भी है, पढ़ी वाली बुक किसी ने नाम सुना है? Mr. Taleb had wrote a book also on this. Yeah, it is, kumki is a term used for captive trained elephants. अब देखो, black swan events are rare, unpredictable. तो इसमें ये मत सोचो black swan events में a lot of black swan are going to come. Both of them are misnomers. Black swan event are rare, unpredictable. Just like I would say COVID-19 can be a black swan event. Nobody predicted it. Grey rhino event is a highly probable. Everybody knows it will happen. Yet they are neglected. So think of a region which is prone to disasters. Every year it will face a disaster, but they are not prepared. That is grey rhino event. Again in the news, Kerala Wayanad slide. Don't remember what, but just know in one liner what is a grey rhino event. Right? Probable, high impact, predictable. Hmm? Catastrophic means huge damage. We say it can cause human catastrophe, right? A lot of human loss of lives. That's a huge extent of damage. And just another term is black swan event. Rare, unpredictable. Even your economic survey sometimes uses these terms, right? Black swan event. It will talk about the different types of monetary policies. Right? Cyclical, counter cyclical policies, etc. etc. Okay. Hmm? Hmm? No, here also, for example, if you want to create a resilient economy, the idea is that you have to be prepared for these unforeseen circumstances. That is the idea, right? In fact, disaster management की philosophy में भी ये होना चाहिए, right? So both these are two terms. Okay. Hmm? Hmm. Hmm. इस वाले part को नहीं, obviously simply think of in disaster management you also have to predict the unpredictable, like, right? So it is, see, obvious but ignored है ये वाला part. Contrast with black swan is rare but unpredictable. ठीक है, simple. Now fishing that पे I'll come to in a while. Now, just this will be a one-liner. Red panda. We have some more updates on mammals, so you can take a separate page also. You can keep on writing. For birds, there are limited updates, but for mammals, I have some updates. Right? अब देखो, how many of you know this? सुना है? In which species? Snow leopard. So here also, another point for red panda is attempts for countries' first augmentation of these mammals into the wild. Right? Here, you can write also the name Singa Leela National Park has launched a program for the conservation of red panda. Right? Now, with red panda, can you see it is on these tree? Can I say this is arboreal? And this can be a good point to compare the Chinese. What is the Chinese panda? Giant panda. And you can compare it with this. So can I say giant panda? Is it arboreal or not? Batao. It is not arboreal, right? It is the red panda which is arboreal, right? Second, there is the difference in the distribution. Red panda, you will find it because it can move in different regions. In red panda is the state animal of Sikkim, right? Which UNESCO site is there in Sikkim? Kanchenjunga. And which Ramsar site is in Sikkim? Hechio Palri Lake. Okay, that is the only Ramsar site in Sikkim, right? So also be aware, and of course, when I say panda, panda will also have a cultural significance in the region. The main thing is the Darjeeling Zoo can also be asked to you, right? In that sense. So here just write down WAZA, Vaza, right? Vaza, right? Word association for zoo and aquarium. Word association for zoo and aquarium, right? So what is the work of Vaza? Any of these projects, for example, the one which gets international recognition, okay, can be supported by Vaza. So Vaza can also announce awards related to the conservation, right? So here put a dash and write Vaza may, right? Only organization. Vaza is the only organization representing zoo only organization representing zoo and aquarium at the global level. Okay, and why are we discussing this? Because this particular project of red panda, it was the top 3 projects which were shortlisted in the Vaza conference. So they ultimately, so the prize had to be given, etc. So which is why Vaza is also news, and even this project is in news. Huh? Hmm. No, this one is arboreal, it can move across. Giant panda cannot move across. I'll have to check on which family also. Kaisa part hai. But that is a point of difference. Second is, even the build is very different for both of them, right? Giant panda is more bulkier, whereas this one is not as bulky, right? Third one is their distribution is very different, in which habitat and location they are found, right? In fact, while I was discussing about WWF, the logo of WWF is which panda? It is a giant panda, right? So again, a simple point of reference can be when we are discussing red panda, you can also compare red panda as well as giant panda. ठीक है, एक बार simple 3 चीजों पे करना. एक हो जाएगा they are built. Second one is the which can be arboreal, which cannot be not, and third is where are they found. Okay, so this can be one. So think of Vaza, and this is one part to know. Okay, Next, again as a one line, right? This we have seen in one of these questions. Acha, if the word zoo is mentioned, you tell me what is the answer. XC2, XC2. No, this, for example, this Singalila National Park, it is aiming to release some of the pandas for 5 years. Okay, that is the Singalila National Park is there. This is the state animal of Sikkim. Alag cheez hai. Darjeeling is not in Sikkim. Where is Darjeeling? West Bengal. So these are two separate things. Okay. Now, this I think we've seen as an MCQ question also. Bullock, Gibbon. Right? It's me. The only thing I want to tell you is this. In Assam's Holangapar, Gibbon Wildlife Sanctuary. Okay. So this was in news because of an eco-sensitive zone. Now, if you see these terms, these are familiar to you. NBWL, right? Proposal to carry out, and this is going to also potentially damage Hullock gibbon, right? India's only ape species. So here just know where, in which location this has been in news. And other than that, a question which can come from here is again a simple question: ape versus, which you also now know, ape versus monkey. Can you give me examples of apes? Chalo, ek ek karke. Bonobos we have done in which topic? In fact, we did it in the very first class. Endemic to which area? DRC. DRC is Democratic Republic of Congo. And what was special about bonobos? Matriarchal. Able to recall? Orangutan. Which part of the world? Malaysia. So think of Southeast Asia. This also we had a look at, right? So again, other than that, you can also look at gorilla, chimpanzees, etc., right? But especially bonobos we have had a look at, right? So bonobos with DRC is one thing you should remember. Second thing is bonobos are matriarchal and ultimately apes. And apes and monkeys may two things. What are the point of difference? One is brain to body weight ratio, and second one is tail and absence, right? Okay, I hope this part is clear. Not much to explain on this part. Acha, now I'll take up the opportunity to first tell you this has been in the news, and around it I'll have a discussion. The species which have these hooves, they are known as right. So there has been the state of India's tigers prey report, which talks about spotted deer, sambar, gaur populations, etc. But generally it is talking about the population of ungulates. One of the most popular ungulates in the south is Nilgiri tahr, which is the state animal of Tamil Nadu, right? So first heading will be your ungulates. Within ungulates, I'll tell you some other species, the deer species, etc., which are in news. Okay. Just write ungulate and put a dash. Right. WII. What is WII? So right, Wildlife Institute of India and NTCA. WII and NTCA did India's first survey of ungulates. Did India's first survey of ungulates. Bracket we can also write hooved. This is your hooved animals. Hooved animals. Okay. Second, write यहाँ पे write examples. For ungulates, write examples like Chital, CHITAL. Often you will see in the news, Chital. Next, right? Antelopes, nilgai, sambar deer. Okay. Now, if you get again the statement that the state of India's tiger prey has been published by, this is also correct. So what had we written? India's first ungulate survey for the first time has been done by these two bodies, WII plus NTCA. Normally WII plus NTCA do what? Tiger census in every 4 years. Now what have they done? State of India's tiger prey. So they will talk about the population of ungulates. Where is it increasing? Where is it decreasing? For example, so normally speaking, they are thriving, increasing in many parts, but they are declining in Odisha, JOC. Where do you read about JOC in geography? कहाँ पढ़ते हो? Minerals, mineral rich. Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh. तो वहां से सोचो, they are declining. So you can possibly think of that JOC region is rich in minerals. A lot of MNCs are coming in, deforestation is happening, and because of that, the population is declining. You can make this connection. तो ये याद भी नहीं करना पड़ेगा. The only takeaway from the report is overall the population is increasing, but it is declining in JOC. So JOC and put a declining mark. Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh. And if their population is declining, will this be a problem for tigers? Of course. Okay. Any tiger reserve in Odisha? Simlipal. Simlipal has the unique distinction related to tigers for what? Melanistic tigers, right? Okay. So this I think you will remember. Now, taking this as a reference, I'll take up a couple of other ungulates important. One of the most important happens to be, right, Nilgiri tahr. Isliye you'll find 5 ungulates spotted, a synchronized census, etc., etc. Main thing you just write first, only write the name. Don't remember where was it found. Nilgiri tahr dash ungulate, comma, state animal of Tamil Nadu. Nilgiri tahr is an ungulate, state animal of Tamil Nadu, comma. Now this is found in 2 major locations. So write Eraviculam National Park. Eraviculam, one reason to remember Eraviculam is Nilgiri tahr. Second reason to remember Eraviculam is today again we'll have a quick recap of Nilkurunji. Nilkurunji blooms once in every 12 years. Unique distinction. So Eraviculam National Park mein mostly they are found. Another location is Mukurti National Park. Right? Mukurti in Tamil Nadu, Eraviculam in Kerala. The 2 major regions where it is found. Nilgiri tahr. Now a question can also be asked from the art and culture angle on Nilgiri tahr. Is it mentioned in any Tamil epics? Right? So comma karke then write mentioned in Silapadikaram. Okay. One more thing you can write for this. There was actually a synchronized census that was done. I've given you 2 locations specifically. One location is in Kerala, one is in Tamil Nadu. Approximately same numbers are found in both the states. Okay. So this is the joint census. Last likho. Joint census across Kerala and TN, Tamil Nadu, recorded nearly 2600 species. एक joint census हुआ between Kerala and Tamil Nadu, recorded nearly 2600 species. and you don't even have to remember how many in each. Both of them roughly have 1300 species, both of them, which is why I've told you one protected area from Kerala and one from Tamil Nadu. Roughly 50-50. Both of them have roughly 1300 species, just for reference. But it is the state animal of Tamil Nadu, so don't think that Tamil Nadu will have all the maximum population. Does that? It is present, right? This is one. Joint census कहाँ पे हुआ? Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and you have almost similar 1300 and 1300 there, just for your reference, right? Last, also one line also, right? Found in, it is found in montane grasslands, Nilgiri tahr. It is found in montane grasslands and shola forests. And shola forests. Okay. Can I say Nilgiri tahr is an endemic species? It is an endemic species. And for this, almost many articles in general, this is an article 2025, one of 2024, one of 2023. Generally speaking, it is in the news. Sometimes radio collaring is done, right? Mukurti we just saw. Where is Mukurti? Tamil Nadu. Eraviculam is in Kerala. Okay, Forest Department, native wisdom of this tribe, Muthuvan tribe, is for conservation of this. So this is an example of, although slightly older article of 2023. But the idea here is you can even take local tribal population in consideration. Today we'll also discuss Arogyapacha, and it was again, there's a Kani tribe related to it, and the person who had almost discovered it and founded it recently passed away, and now they're living in a lot of poverty, and that is a very good example of access and benefit sharing. We'll also discuss today. Okay? So maybe just this tribe, if you want, you can just remember it. Nilgiri tahr can be one example, right? Now we are discussing this under which heading? Ungulates. Why? Very first ever that study has been done by WII and NTCA. So this is one reason to do that. Okay. Now two things which we already know, just quick recall. This we have done. Kashmir stag or hangul, yes or no? This is critically endangered. This is also part of species recovery program. And third thing, where is the maximum population of this? Dachigam. Where is Dachigam? Right? So couple of these, Dachigam National Park, critically endangered, right? This is something we've done in endemic species, by the way, right? We've also done another species. Okay, because we're talking of deers and these species. So it's just for your reference, right somewhere, Kashmir stag, because we've done it. Second one is Sangai. Sangai is endangered. It is found, this is Loktak Lake. You have floating fumdies. The fumdies are increasing or decreasing? Decreasing because of a dam construction which has kept the water level stable. This has caused problems, right? And close to this Loktak Lake is Camel, Lamjaw National Park. This is also a deer species that we have had a look at. And both Sangai deer and Kashmir stag, both of them are present in species recovery program. So the list that I've given you after you're done with this lecture, for the species that we have done, you will try to do just the updates on that in the last channel, that is last column, that is the details. So for example, for Sangai, you will fill dancing deer, right? Or you can fill declining fumdies because of Ithai dam. So when you at the end revise it, it will make your job easier, right? This is that one species. Okay. Now next, right, pangolin. Pangolins. Okay. Now pangolins, you can write out of the 8 pangolin species in the world, 2 of them are found in India. Which are these 2? Chinese pangolin and the Indian pangolin. Which one will be critically endangered? Chinese pangolin, right? For obvious reasons. This is critically endangered, right? Now, if you look at pangolin and the shape, it has scales. Scales are also made up of this protein, right? This is one of the world's most trafficked mammal, if you recall. We've also done this species under wildlife crime, yaad aa raha hai? Right? So two are found in, so one is Indian pangolin, one is Chinese. Which one is critically endangered? Chinese pangolin. In the topic of unique species behavior, I told you a specific term. Rolling was volvation, which was done by a hedgehog. Yaad aa raha hai? Even pangolins can do it. Okay? So this you have to know. अब इसमें in pangolins just write down one name, Manis mysteria. Pangolin scales of course can be used for traditional medicine made of keratin, etc. Right? This is a newly discovered pangolin species. Just only one line. The other factual part remains the same. In India, you will find two of the pangolin species. Chinese one is critically endangered. This is a heavily trafficked mammal, right? Only remember this one. A new discovered species is the name is Manis mysteria, and you can link in your mind maybe some mystery related to discovery of pangolins, just to remember it. ठीक है? The name Manis mysteria. अब देखो, IUCN has SSC. What is SSC? Species Survival Commission. This I told you is for almost every type of species. It is there for invasive species. Sometime back UPSC asked invasive species, the specialist group is by which organization? The answer was IUCN. अब सोचो pangolin के लिए भी group है. They also have a group for pangolin. They have a group for amphibians. They have a group for birds. For birds to create a red list, BirdLife International creates that red list. That also we have seen. So IUCN SSC Species Survival Commission is a huge body which has multiple subgroups. ठीक है? तो IUCN से connection is important, right? So if you have to take a guess for any of the species and the commission, a good answer can be IUCN. Okay? Yes, Ankit, these two we had started the class with, the two new Ramsar sites. If you go to the starting of the lecture, we've already seen this. Okay? Right? Now, I think only a couple of remaining small updates are there. Red panda we've already seen. अब देखो ये भी term आता है, तो just a couple of terms I'll tell you. Animal diplomacy, China panda diplomacy, okay, or I can have orangutan diplomacy. Just first see this question once. Which of the animal makes a tool with a stick to scrape insects from a hole? How many of you followed just a week back? There was a cow in news even for tool use. पढ़ा इसके बारे में? Okay, in fact some of you had also sent me the image of this. इसी को देखो and just see how can you solve this question. You already know the answer to this, that is separate thing. An animal which makes tool to scrape insects. तो कौन सा आंसर होगा? Orangutan, because this is the only ape species which is mentioned here. Today we also saw sloth bear. Why? No, why did we see this species today? Potential to be added to species recovery program. Okay. Fishing cat, I'll just tell you just now. Okay. इसमें आंसर क्या है? Orangutan. But is orangutan the only species to use tools? No. There are various types of species on land also and even on oceans which can use tools. Talking of orangutan, just like China has the model of panda diplomacy, is simply that exchange of animals to create goodwill, right? Nature conservation and all of that. You also have Malaysia coming up with the term orangutan diplomacy. So Malaysia याद रखेंगे one. Second, please remember Malaysia, second largest producer of palm oil. And this also we discussed that in Malaysia there is a lot of deforestation going on. है ना? Yes. These are all the challenges that come across. Right? So you remember the orangutans, okay, for example, Kuala Lumpur, Do you see orangutans in India? Because they are found in Southeast Asia, right? If you see them in India, what can be a reason? Either zoo or it can be trafficking. Would you see marsupials in India? When UPSC asked this question, there was some marsupials trafficked and present in the Indian border. So that is what? Wildlife crime. Trafficking, for example, if that goes on, right? So because of wildlife crime, some of them had come also to the Indian border. Okay? नहीं वो found वो अलग ही context. So they did not ask you whether they are found. That question was separate, but it was in the news because they had been trafficked. From that, UPSC had created another question based on marsupials. Is this okay? That is correct. That is correct. That is correct. That is why we also have saw Wallace line, etc. Okay. Now, let's come to just on one line on fishing cat. Acha, fishing cat, is it a big cat or a small cat species? Small cat species. And small cat species and big cat species, what is the difference apart from the height, let's say? And what is the point of hide bone? इससे फर्क क्या पड़ता है? Right, roar or purr. But do I say that all big cats roar? No. Right? We've seen the example of cheetah and even in some cases snow leopard. So they may purr, P-U-R-R, but this can be because of, again, if you see the bone. So fishing cat may only a couple of keywords you have to write. One, again, ये कौन सा institute है? बार right? India's first fishing cat exercise in Koringa. Any idea where is Koringa? Which rivers will be close to this area? Okay, right? Krishna, Godavari overall, right? So Wildlife Institute of India, India's first fishing cat collaring exercise. Okay. Second fact you have to know, it is nocturnal. It is a fishing cat, so it means it can swim also. And when it swims, it can eat up the fishes from that. That is how the name is fishing cat. It is a state animal of West Bengal. Now again, the reason to discuss this, there has been a census that has been carried out. Okay. अब इसमें लिखो, just इसके नीचे लिखो. That is why I'm taking a fishing cat, otherwise it is not that important. देखो NTCA plus WII, NTCA and Wildlife Institute of India have carried out small cat census. Small cat census. Small cat census. The same NTCA WII, same. We are seeing that again and again. Second fact, right? 10 small cats are found in India. 10 small cats are found in India. Of course, you don't need to know the name of all these 10. I'll only tell you the most popular. Which one are the most abundant small cats? So here you write the name. Jungle cat. Jungle cat is most widespread. Jungle cat is the most widespread, followed by this name, rusty spotted cat. This has been asked not directly but in one of the UPSC questions, in one of the options this was there, rusty spotted cat. In the bracket you write world's smallest wild cat. Okay, it is the world's smallest and the lightest known cat. So India mein you find 10. Two names we have seen. First name was jungle cat and second one is rusty spotted cat, the world's smallest small cat species and the lightest. Okay. Flip your page. What is the next page now? Birds. Okay. First I'll tell you name of some birds and then I'll tell you two developments. One is the Asian water bird census. Up the point is even right now the census is going on. Right? Initially I thought we'll cover 2025 census, but right now 2026 census is going on. So instead I'll tell you which is the body which is carrying out the census exercise. ठीक है? अच्छा, do you have space remaining in mammals या कुछ? हाँ, एक और ऐड कर लो. Wild yak. And the reason you can also find it from this heading, the first ever chromosome level genome of Indian yak. The first ever chromosome level genome of the Indian yak was carried out. Okay, अब इसमें just write habitat, right? Alpine tundra. You know what is alpine now? So mountainous के top regions, alpine tundra, cold desert and grasslands. So alpine tundra, cold deserts and grasslands of northern Tibetan plateau. Second, right, native to India and China. These are native to India and China. First ever chromosome level genome has been assembled. These are native to India and China. IUCN status is vulnerable. IUCN status is vulnerable, right? Okay. Now, this was overall one of the bovine species which was in news. But in the last year or in the last 1.5 years, some additional species were also in news. This I have added as a supporting document, right? Some of the species which I also covered in the last year, I've also added for your reference. For example, this is only so that you also feel कि we have done considerable number of species. For example, some of you will know, ये किसने देखा था update, right? Pungunar cow. It's a very small cow, has a very quality yield. Okay, so all this you can cover it from the slides. Right now I'm focusing on the which are in the news of this year, right? Similarly, this cow was also in news some time back. Ongole breed cow from Andhra, right? Very expensive, has again a very good yield, etc. The most expensive cow, right? Bison, and which tribe is saving it? These are slightly older updates. Okay, this also has been added for your reference. But what we are doing right now will be of first order of preference. When you are done with this, then only go to these supporting other species which have been in the news, right? Our idea is to have a comprehensive coverage. For example, even for big cats, we have covered a huge range of updates, right? So whatever update, even if the most recent update, or even if it is 2 or 3 old update, we have already covered that, so you don't have to worry. So these are some of the supporting document, right? Very easy, simple. I know isme you'll see very minimal text, because not more than that is needed. But let's say the examiner asks you slightly older topics, you will just go through the PDF and cover it, as simple as that. Okay? So even the last year, some of the topics I've even added to it, you can go through. But if I have not explicitly done something in today's class, that means it is a slightly older topic. The ones which I'm doing right now have been in the news. Okay? Now you flip your page. You have birds, right? After birds, I'll come back. Achha, after birds, what do you have? Aquatic, and then after that? Achha, theek hai. Okay, fine. Now, I think this most of you now know. So birds may, the very first one we are seeing is greater adjutant stork. This even I had given you as a homework, Hargilla army, right? So just write this name, greater adjutant stork. The reason is important because Poonam Devi Varman is the only Indian in Times Women of the Year 2025, right? To conserve the endangered bird species, that is greater adjuvant stock. This is also a very good example of community based participation. How a local community, and here this is why we know this as the Hargilla army. These are the stork sisters, right, which are there in the conservation. So the name is greater adjutant stork. First thing you'll write is this, the name. Second, also remember Purnima Devi Burman, only Indian in Time Women of the Year 2025. This year we've also covered so people based conservation also. We've seen that just some time back. I've seen Kenton Miller Award, right? अच्छा birds अब शुरू हो रहे हैं, पहले वाले birds नहीं है. This is the first bird species that we are seeing, greater adjutant stork. Okay, only couple of things is, one is this, which is the area, Assam. In Assam you can write a specific protected area or Deepor Beal. Deepor Beal happens to be a Ramsar site, are very important for the wintering birds, yes or no? So this can be added. How are they different? एक तो चलो their body mechanism, stomach, the acid that they release, okay. Other than that थोड़ा देखना पड़ेगा, मतलब maybe the beak of course that will be different, but structurally different I'll have to look at. हाँ, they're not vultures, right? They're not. Vultures के लिए we've seen already that for example India has 9 vulture species, 4 of them are critically endangered, right? Just इसमें only these keywords you have to know. Hargilla here is bones swallower, how they eat up. Endangered for the conservation, Hargilla army, stork sisters, Poonam Devi Varman, right? And the number had reduced in Assam, and in Assam even Deepor Beal was in news. Deepor Beal there was pollution going on, and because of that the stork numbers were reducing. That is why we are seeing this topic. First bird species this, okay. See, other than that, don't need to write every point that is mentioned here. First one is this. Second one, write greater flamingo. Any idea? Is it a migratory bird? It is a migratory bird. No, raptors, I'll just tell you. Raptors MOU, when I do the example of CMS. कुछ you saying something? हाँ, raptor पे we will come to raptor. So thanks for reminding. Greater flamingo. First put a dash, right? Migratory bird. If I'm saying it's a migratory bird, would it be coming to the important bird Ramsar sites? Right? So you will see this in various places, right? So इसमें you write the Great Flamingo Sanctuary. There's a Great Flamingo Sanctuary in Tamil Nadu. Great Flamingo Sanctuary in Tamil Nadu. Within the Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve. Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve. With Gulf of Mannar, what do you recall? At least Dugong. India's first Dugong Conservation Reserve is in Gulf of Mannar, right? So again, it has been in news because of this, right? And in this sanctuary also, right? Sanctuary के लिए एक और point है. The sanctuary is important point, this sanctuary is an important point in CAF, Central Asian Flyway, CAF. This Greater Flamingo Sanctuary is an important point for the Central Asian Flyway. We will end the bird topic talking about CAF, Central Asian Flyways, which are important. India के लिए सबसे important कौन सा है? CAF. Out of all the flyways, the most important one is Central Asian Flyway. So remember this. Okay. Now, bird species, right? पहले लिखो Great Indian Hornbill, and the one that is in news is Malabar Grey Hornbill. So third, right? Great Indian Hornbill, and in that we'll see two species. Okay, both of them. If I'm saying Great Indian Hornbill, any idea where this is found? बताओ, where is it found in now northeast? Only Nagaland. Of course, there is a Hornbill festival in which state? That is Nagaland. ठीक है? Is it only found in northeast? और कहाँ मिलती है? Now, for its conservation, in Arunachal there is a, and in Nagaland, of course, we know there is a Hornbill festival. If somebody even saw this year's tableau for Nagaland, a substantial portion is given to Hornbill. Okay. But sometimes the confusing part is that Great Indian Hornbill is also found in Western Ghats. But here also you should have an idea. It is not found in the entire Western Ghats. It is only going to be found in which side? Windward या leeward side? Windward side वहाँ ज़्यादा रेन होती है, तो वहाँ पे ये पाया जाएगा ज़्यादा. Great Indian Hornbill. Now talking of Hornbill, are these Hornbill important for the ecosystem? So even these play a very important role in the ecosystem, right? So right from the seeds, pollination, various things, this will actually be helped through the Hornbill, right? That is one example here. Now come to Malabar Grey Hornbill. Now from the very name it is clear in which part? Kerala. So here just write endemic to Western Ghats. It is endemic to Western Ghats. Second, right, why this is in the news and why we're covering it, right? Researchers from Kerala were awarded Future Conservationist Award. Researchers from Kerala were awarded the Future Conservationist Award by CLP, Conservation Leadership Program. हाँ, Conservationist Award by CLP. अच्छा, एक चीज before I move ahead, there is a very distinct difference between the Great Indian Hornbill and the Malabar one. First, I'll show you the Great Indian Hornbill. देखो, this is the Great Indian Hornbill. This is the beak. Beak के ऊपर, can you see kind of a helmet? This is known as casque, CASQUE. In the Great Indian Hornbill, or in general in Hornbill, you have a casque. Now I'll show you the image of Malabar Hornbill. अब देखो, can you see? This is a important difference to know. Malabar Grey Hornbill. देखो, Does it have a casque? It does not have a casque. Okay. So you will write feature means, I think it is also for protection, additional protection. See, Great Indian Hornbill has what? So if you have seen this once, now you will remember. Malabar does not have it. As simple as that. So this is a very characteristic feature of a hornbill, right? Malabar, I'm writing, does not have this casque, the Malabar grey hornbill. So one visual difference is very obvious. Coming back, I was telling you about the conservation award. So the researchers from Kerala, they were awarded Future Conservationist Award by CLP's Conservation Leadership Program. Up CLP, for your reference, write down, it is a partnership between BirdLife International, not a very difficult guess, BirdLife International, and Flora and Fauna International. BirdLife International and Flora and Fauna International. Flora and Fauna International, right? How many birds have we seen so far? अच्छा चलो 4 हो गई होंगी, right? Now right, Amur falcons, where are they mostly found in India? Nagaland. In Nagaland there is a Doyang lake. Okay, but it is not to say they are only found in Nagaland. For example, even in Manipur. So for example, ahead of these arrival, Manipur district bans their hunting. Right, so maximum population, yes, you will see this in Nagaland, but even beyond Nagaland, we can see the Amur falcons. And all these, most of this, these are also migratory species, long distance migration, Siberian crane, migratory, greater flamingo, migratory. For greater flamingo, Tamil Nadu had notified the greater flamingo sanctuary, right, which is also an important part in the Central Asian flyway. This also is in news, and this is a migratory bird. Next, this is a species we have seen in the first class. How many of you remember? Jordan's cursor. Where is it found? Which? Sri Lanka, Malaysia Wildlife Sanctuary. This is only found in that part. This is a nocturnal bird. Second, this is critically endangered. Right? Two things, nocturnal and elusive. Okay, not spotted in a decade. There's a bird known as edible nest swiftlet. Suna hai? What is special about it? The name is edible nest. Its nest is a rare delicacy. Right? Yes, China. Again, no points for guessing this. Okay? But here, again, one thing we will say, this is also, जो मैंने बोला ना, edible nest swiftlet. This is a critically endangered bird. Right? Maybe somewhere, और यहीं पे कहीं पे नाम लिख लो, simple सा नाम है, edible nest swiftlet. This is a critically endangered bird. The name is edible nest, so its nest is also a rare delicacy. Okay. So remember this, Sri Lanka, Malaysia Wildlife Sanctuary. Okay, critically endangered bird. An edible nest swiftlet. Just remember, its nest is eaten up. China, you can write that. Now, this we have discussed, GIB, but often it comes up in the news, right? Now, GIB is Great Indian Bustard, right? How many bustard species do we have in India? 4. तो पहले लिखो 4 bustard species. What are the other bustard species apart from GIB? Bengal, Florican, then lesser Florican, and these are critically endangered. I'm not very sure about McQueen. That you can later on check the IUCN status. Great Indian bustard, yes, this is critically endangered. Now for this, few things you should always remember. Number one, its population is declining, right? Second, where is the, and it is one of the heaviest birds that flies. It's a very heavy flying bird. One of the heaviest birds that can fly. Great Indian bustard. Second, maximum population of GIB is found in Rajasthan, and in Rajasthan, Desert National Park of Rajasthan. Maximum population. But you will also find some population of GIB even in Gujarat, even in Pakistan, of course, beyond India also, even in Andhra. So it is not only limited to Rajasthan, right? Okay, right? Acha, okay. GIB is related. Rajasthan, we have done some Oran lands. किस किस को याद आ रहा है? याद आ रहा है? Sacred. This also we had seen and discussed. With GIB, we had also seen a case, Supreme Court, M.K. Ranjit Singh, which initially explored the possibility of underground lines and wires, right? And that discussion, and later on Article 14, Article 21, right to fight against adverse effects, that also we had seen. And while talking of ex situ conservation, I told you that even GIB can be saved through IVF. Can GIB be saved through captive breeding? Yes. उसके लिए भी there has been certain project Godawan. Godawan is its local name. Right? So again, if I were to summarize this, very heavy flying bird, it has the poor frontal ocular vision, right? It is why, because that is why it gets trapped and almost killed in these electricity wires. Maximum population in Desert National Park, also known as locally Godawan. There is a project Godawan, a captive breeding project. They can also be saved via IVF. All these are examples of ex situ conservation, right? See, Amal Jyoti, it is, we mentioned Hornbill is also found in Western Ghats. So because of that, it is also there in Kerala. Okay, so it is not that it is only there. So it, in fact, it is also the state bird of Kerala, right? It is also the state bird of Arunachal Pradesh, Hornbill. And there's a Hornbill festival. That is why that is a confusing part sometimes. If you think of Hornbill, many people only have the conception it is only there in Northeast. It is also there, like I said, in Western Ghats. That is why it is the state bird of Kerala. Okay? So if somebody has this doubt, I think now this should be sorted. GIB, done with GIB. Next, come to, we've already done it, we'll quickly recap. Come to vultures. This we have done in detail. This is their update of 2025. Nemosolite ban, yet another step towards saving the vultures, but the battle is far from over. Try to recall, what does this mean? First is 9 species of vultures in India, 4 are critically endangered. Which 4? Long-billed, slender-billed, white-headed, red-headed vultures, right? 4 critically endangered. Second, we had also done this term. All the 4 are banned, starting with diclofenac, aceclofenac, ketoprofen, नेमोसोलाइड. सबसे रीसेंट बैन किस पे है? तो अब आपकी स्लाइड्स में ये भी होगा, so that when you have to recall, the most recent ban is this, the oldest ban is diclofenac, right? Now apart from this, you need to know two more things in case you don't know. First one is the Vulture Conservation Breeding Center. Okay, so here I can give examples like Pinjore, Haryana, right? So Vulture Conservation Breeding Centers. Now more are being set up, right? This, so one thing is this. Second thing we have written is the idea of the Vulture Restaurant. Any idea what is a Vulture Restaurant? ठीक है. So here again, under let's say their cultural practice, the dead will be left out in the out, the vultures will eat it up. Again, it is followed in the Parsi community, for example. That is the example of Vulture Restaurant. Don't think of your normal restaurants that are there, right? So it's not that you are serving vulture. In a Vulture Restaurant, vultures are being served, right? Right, that is there. Now, the last thing, Q news mein vulture. Don't be surprised. By the way, this year so many assessments have been done. Ab likho. Which body will do an assessment? So likho WII released first. WII has released first Pan India assessment. WII has released first Pan India assessment of vultures. First Pan India assessment of vultures. Isme they have mentioned 4 critically endangered species. This we already know. What we don't know, you write it. Protected areas hold 54%. Protected areas hold 54% of all documented species. Protected areas hold 54% of all documented species. Now this fact is also not very surprising for us, right? In fact, same thing we saw in leopard. Only a small amount of leopard were in protected areas, many were outside, right? Here also only 54% are there in protected areas. बाकी सारे कहाँ हैं? बाहर है, ठीक है? Other than that, yes, it talks about white-rumped, slender, red-headed vultures, etc., that we know, right? Vulture Conservation Breeding Center also we have written. एक last लिख लो point, right? India's first vulture conservation portal. India's first vulture conservation portal, पूरा dash, इसका नाम है The Vulture Network. This came up in September 2025. India's first vulture conservation portal, the name is The Vulture Network, right? अब देखो, what is this? It is a cloud based platform, right? Not the cloud that you will see, but this is, let's say, IT, information technology, cloud based platform. But this here, the only question that can be asked is which body? To confuse you, now they will give you proper government body, but this is simply done by Assam based foundations. ठीक है, तो इसमें just write down developed by V Foundation India, V Foundation India, and Guwahati University, So this, you remember, this is Assam based conservation effort. But what is this? This is India's first vulture conservation portal. We have seen vulture conservation breeding program, Pinjore, Haryana, vulture restaurant, right? And other than that, the very first Pan India assessment of vultures, 54% of them are in protected areas. 9 species are there, and out of 9, 4 are critically endangered. ठीक है? हाँ, raptors के अंदर there are various species which can fly. अभी भी the example of Amur falcon that we saw is also raptor species, right? तो अभी raptor MOU में we'll write that point specifically अलग से, ठीक है? What can be other examples of raptors? What is NSAID? Non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Okay, that is NSAIDs. And one more line you can also write for your point, for your clarity. देखो, all vultures are covered in species recovery program. All vultures are covered in species recovery program. And listed in Schedule 1 of Wildlife Protection Act. All of them are in species recovery program. ठीक है? Now, the last two things to tell you. देखो, Asian water bird census. Asian water bird census. As we are speaking, the 2026 census is underway. So what you just need to know, which is the body which is carrying this out. Years, of course, every year. So 2025 you had one, 2026 you will have one. So write down Asian water bird census. Okay, for your reference, the previous one, which is 2025, this was carried out majorly in the region of Koringa. Okay, now there are two things to know in Asian waterborne census. One is, this is a global initiative. Who carries it out? At the India level, who carries it out, right? Two things we need to know. So at the global level, you write global level, right? Global में IWC, International Water Bird Census, International Water Bird Census, coordinated by Wetland International. अब इसमें you might still think it should be bird life, पर है कौन सा? Wetland International. In India, who will help this? Bombay Natural History Society, BNHS, because this is related to, again, a lot of work is on birds, BNHS. And again, the same body, Wetland International, also helps. Asian Water Bird Census, just know, globally coordinated by IWC, Wetland International. At the India level, Bombay Natural History Society and Wetland International. Okay? Now come to the last part. Bonn Convention, which is also known as CMS, Convention on Migratory Species. This includes avian species, terrestrial, marine. All the three are included here. Right? Avian, terrestrial, marine, all the species are included here. First thing. UNEP, if you recall, provides Secretariat. Now, this talks about flyways, anything related to migration, right? It will talk about flyways, right? It has a raptor MOU. MOU is Memorandum of Understanding. India is a part, but this is not legally binding, and India is there as a part. Raptors के एग्जाम्पल लिख सकते हो. Some of these examples. Now, we have some important COPs. The most important in the recent past has been right. This happened just before COVID-19, right? And here, main thing to remember was GB was the mascot. What is GB here? Great Indian Bustard. This happened in COP 13, Gandhinagar, 2020, right? Post that, we had again one of the Born summits. The next one, which happened in Samarkand. Where is Samarkand? Now the 15th COP, this will happen just before your exam. Okay, so COP 15 I'm just writing it somewhere. This is supposed to happen in the March of 2026, right? And this is supposed to happen in Brazil. Okay. Now, for example, when this happened in Samarkand, Uzbekistan, this was for the very first time. एक report आई थी. This was the report for the very first time. Global Migratory Species Report. This report came for the very first time. So if you get a statement कि Global Migratory Species Report is also has been published also by UNEP, सही होगा, because UNEP provides Secretariat services. So either the answer will be UNEP, or they'll directly mention this is an outcome of Bonn Convention, that is this, right? Now, these are few points that we need to know. Now, in the world, there are many flyways, right? How many flyways? And in that, main thing is how many flyways pass through India, and in that, which is the most important one. Most important from the Indian context is, and Central Asian flyway even has been mentioned in the speeches of Environment Minister, even in the speeches of Prime Minister, whenever they're talking of any of the environmental species. So most important कौन सा है? Central Asian flyway. Flyways, if I were to talk to you, are these patterns, right? These are pathways, patterns wherein these species would migrate, right? So for example, we just saw which protected area in CAF, Greater Flamingo. That sanctuary was created by Tamil Nadu very recently, passing through Central Asian flyway. So many important protected areas are passing through Central Asian flyway. Okay, this is there. Okay, इसमें the only remaining fact which you can add is other flyways from India and overall flyways. overall and other from India. Just then this whole topic is done. So this is your Bonn Convention on migratory species. And remember, migratory species can be avian and can be terrestrial and can be marine. All these are included under Bonn Convention. And Bonn Convention is very advanced. Now in the recent times, it even talks about things like marine noise pollution. So if you see anything which can be disturbing to the species, all of that is covered under the Bonn Convention. You will see again and again a mention of that. Okay? Any flightless bird which I spoke to you about in the class? Kiwi. Any flightless extinct bird which we spoke about? Dodo. Okay? All right. Now flip your page. Now you have aquatic species. Now here's some species we have done. Some or even couple of details could be new. Acha, aquatic may again put a mention of this crocodile. Start with crocodile because that is here only. And because we have done it, so now I'll not explain to you this again. Okay, just mention crocodile and just write 50 years of Project Tiger. Sorry, 50 years of Project Crocodile. Of course, 50 years of Project Tiger also happened some time back. Crocodile mein likho 50 years of Project Crocodile, and again in the bracket which protected area? Bhitarkanika. ठीक है? Bhitarkanika has mangroves. It has mangroves, yes, good amount of mangroves. So only write that. Crocodiles we have done. Okay. Now let me take some simple species and then we'll also discuss turtles and some other updates. Start with the very first one, right? Dugong. Dugong. Bombay Natural History Society. People have joined in late, you can again just go back to a lecture, complete the other remaining parts. You can also increase up the speed. No, crocodile में 50 years and only the location, Bhitarkanika, that's it. Other points we've already covered it. अब शुरू करते हैं. What is sea cow? Dugong. Now why this is in the news, first I'll tell you and then some points we will recall. So लिखो, why is it in news? लिखो, IUCN adopted a motion. IUCN adopted a motion. This is for Dugong. IUCN adopted a motion recognizing India's first Dugong conservation reserve. IUCN adopted a motion recognizing India's first Dugong conservation reserve in Park Bay. In Park Bay at IUCN World Congress. Have we done IUCN World Congress? In good detail, everything about it, right? So वहाँ पे there was a motion that was passed to recognize India's first Dugong conservation reserve, right? कहाँ पे है Dugong conservation reserve? Park Bay, Gulf of Mannar, which state? Tamil Nadu. Conservation reserves are protected by Environment Protection Act. कौन कौन बोला yes? Wildlife Protection Act, yes or no? Community reserves under which act? Wildlife Protection Act. ठीक है, okay. Now, second point, अच्छा, second keyword, right? Herbivores, of course, these are mammals, but make एक लिखो herbivores. Next, right? Primarily feed on seagrass meadows. Just the keywords. Herbivores feeding on seagrass meadows. अब देखो, there is a Gulf of Mannar Conservation Reserve, which we know, but in addition to this, can be found in other areas also, right? Now, let's say this is the coast of India. Can I make the statement that they will be found along the entire coast of India? Why no? Because this will depend on the availability of seagrass meadows, right? So it is not correct to say they are found along the entire coast. That will be wrong. So they are found in some regions like Gulf of Mannar and Andaman and Nicobar. Our main issue kya hai? The moment your seagrass gets damaged, now this can get damaged because of pollution, because of other issues, this can cause a problem for these dugongs. Dugong hai kya? Marine herbivores, feed on seagrass. India's Dugong Conservation Reserve, and the same reserve, there was a motion passed in IUCN for recognizing it, for getting more global attention. Okay, right? So keep this in mind, and the dugong is also a part of your species recovery program, right? Second, right? Now there are similar species: sea cow, sea horse, sea lion, right? Ab sea lion, first thing, these are marine mammals, right? And the moment I show you sea lion, we want to compare with two. One is seal and one is a sea lion. Which is bigger in size? Sea lions are bigger, right? Sea lions are noisy, they will bark. Seal will be quieter, they do not bark. Second, do you see the front flippers? It is bigger, they have large ones, elongated, they can flap and they can move. In this case, these flippers are very small, right? Same thing, ears are also small here, ears are, they are slightly bigger in size. So body size bigger, ears are bigger, they are noisy, they will bark, and their front flippers are bigger. This can be a point of difference between these two, right? So many times if you see a species visually, recall becomes easier, right? What is a casque? Helmet. In which species is present? Normally in your hornbills it is present, but in Malabar grey hornbill it is absent. Okay, right? So here I think even visually seeing it will make a lot of sense. These, one is a seal, one is a sea lion. Okay. Next, how seahorse. Is seahorse a horse? No. What is it? It is a, main thing, it's a fish, right? First fact to remember, it's a fish. Why is it then called a seahorse? Why? Because this part almost resembles like the head of the horse. So it is for this reason it is called a seahorse. Now, found in shallow coastal waters. Interesting fact about them is the male gives birth to the child here, right? And female will use it, the egg duct, to place her eggs in the pouch of the male. So just write this, only this line. This is why this also becomes unique. The male gives birth to the child. Okay, so many times you may just think that seahorse is something else, but it is one, is it's a fish, right? Second, shallow coastal waters. Third, males give birth to a child, right? Now, this was also in the news. There is something known as the Great Seahorse Migration. Okay, what is the meaning of this? In India, in the Kerala regions, there were more pollution. So because of this, they were moving back to the from Coromandel, they were moving back to the regions of other part, right? This is simply known as the Great Seahorse Migration. Why? From pollution. Migration हमने पढ़ा है ना, species will move because of unfavorable conditions, stress, etc., etc. So this was also there, right? Same चीज वही है, they are migrating towards coastal Odisha. Why? Because of fishing pressures. And if you just see this camelin scale, कितने बड़े हैं, right? Very small, right? Right? So Great Seahorse Migration, for example, just a term. If you get it across, just know this term. ठीक है? Are they? I don't think so, but just cross check once, right? Now there are two very similar terms. One is the sea weed and one is sea grass. Who eats sea grass? Dugong, sea cow. Very similar terms. Just only you have to only know the keywords. Agar if I say sea weed, you have to find this term. These are marine, non-flowering. Very important. Seaweed is non-flowering marine algae. If you know something about weed, that is algae, you will know it is without root, stems and leaves. So seaweed is simply an extension of that. It is a non-flowering marine algae which does not have root or stems or leaves, right? यही same seaweeds, they form dense underwater kelp forests. We've seen kelp forest in climate change also. याद आ रहा है? So here only thing to know, one is non-flowering, right? Don't have roots, stems or leaves, because ultimately it's an algae. Algae are undifferentiated, right? And they are very important nurseries for snails, sea urchins. How many of you recall sea urchins? Right? Okay. A fact for you is a term known as ocean macroalgal afforestation, OMA. Kyun? This is a fact that I always talk about. This fact you also know. Just read this. Seaweeds have high photosynthesis efficiency. They contribute to 50% of all photosynthesis. 50% से कुछ याद आ रहा है? Right? Phytoplanktons. So it is in the oceans. They contribute 50% to the overall oxygen. Yes or no? So when I say seaweeds, highest photosynthetic efficiency, that helps. And that is why seaweed farming has a huge environmental benefit. क्यों? इसको हम एक और term बोल सकते हैं, ocean macroalgal afforestation. That will again take up what? CO2. It will release more and more oxygen. So seaweed farming has this benefit. Up seaweed, this is the environmental benefit, but seaweed will also have certain economic benefit also. If you don't remember these names, because this will be very difficult to remember. एक name जो याद देख सुना होगा आपने ये है Sargassum. You know Sargassum weed, Sargasso sea. So this is nothing but a weed, seaweed. So again recalling, these are non-flowering marine algae without root, stems, leaves. Second thing, kelp forest the linkage we'll remember. Then very important for photosynthesis, ocean macroalgal afforestation, right? And one example you can remember is this Sargasso or Sargassum, right? This is your seaweed. Now if we know seaweed, of course ab dekho, this I don't have to tell you. Seaweed have nutrition, medicinal, economic, bioindicator. Even they can be iron sequester. They can capture excess iron and other heavy metals. So you are seeing they have various benefits, right? Even they can supply these oxygen, nutrients. That also helps. So seaweed, that is why seaweed farming is being popularized, right? In the seaweed, we saw one species that has become invasive. याद आ रहा है? बताओ, नाम बताओ. No. A slightly tougher name is there. Kappa ficus alvarezi. It was an invasive seaweed. It had some benefits, but later on it became invasive. The name was Kappa ficus. And the moment it becomes invasive, can it also harm your coral reefs? It can. Okay. So Kappa ficus alvarezi, invasive weed. So there are a lot of benefits to it. These many times you can get a simple question, which of the following benefits will be there. Exam mein, this you may not be able to think directly. That is why. So when you go through your points, when you revise from the PPTs, anything which stands out, वो आपको अपने notes में add करना है. Things which you feel अच्छा this I already know, ठीक है, that you should have the confidence that you will get it right in the exam. Yes. इसीलिए ना these kind of facts, 50% this and that, sometimes you will find questions based on this also. Now come to seagrass. The only difference is बस, और कोई डिफरेंस नहीं है. And if they will be flowering, there will be differentiation also. So you will see, okay, more differentiation. So you will have, let's say, roots also, stem, leaves. This is an algae. This is the main difference. So if now somebody says to you seaweed versus seagrass, there is this difference. Algae or the weed is undifferentiated. This is non-flowering. Seagrass is flowering. Right? Keep that in mind. The same thing is almost like seagrass will have a lot of benefit. How many of you can link seagrass to blue carbon? Did we do blue carbon? Tell me three types or three examples. Intertidal marshes, Hamisha, you also start with intertidal, and seagrass and mangroves. So in this slide, for me, the most important part will be carbon storage. Other than that, nutrient cycling, okay, oxygen, okay, photosynthesis, of course, food, biodiversity, isn't this also your ecosystem services? अब stand out क्या कर रहा है? ये stand out कर रहा है. They are very climate resilient. They can create green corridors. But the most important part, so of course they will give shelter. You will have dugongs, for example, who will eat them up, right? But ये important है हमारे लिए. So seagrass से again, this is your forward and backward connection you can make. Will stay in your memory for a longer time. Right. So if I were to just summarize it, this you can see even later. Seaweed is non-vascular, lacks true stem, does not have flowers. Isme it will be opposite. So here it is, let's say non-flowering. Here it is flowering plant, has true stems and leaves, produce flowers, produce seeds. Huge differences there between seaweed and seagrass. And even in this conceptual part, they can ask you questions. The difference between a seaweed and a seagrass, and these are very often repeated points. What is a seaweed? What is seagrass? What is sea lion? What is seahorse? What is, right? Fine. This also term we have seen again and again. What is this? Sea cucumber. If I say these are invertebrates, true, but I've also used another term for them, right? अब यहाँ पे क्या लिखा है? They live on the seafloor, but they're generally in the tropical regions. Can it mean, can it they be also in temperate? They can be. And in some cases, I'm saying, in some cases they can also be in the shallow waters. This depends. It is not that this is a blanket statement we are making. Okay, so that is why they live on seafloor, but they're generally the tropical regions. Fine. Ab, how many of you can tell me a very, very unique defense mechanism? Expelling out. What was that? Internal organ expelling out. Evisceration. It is one of the most unique defense mechanisms. देखा था हमने, right? That is why we've covered other parts before. So now this is only a revision for you. Evisceration, expelling out. On even on this feature, there was in this year's the explained section, there is a proper article, and how this is a very unique defense behavior while we were discussing it, if you recall. That is evisceration, right? It can even regrow itself back. Can it also release calcium? That is why it is also helpful in restoration of coral reefs, right? And one more thing you will now remember, slightly older news, but still, Lakshadweep has created the world's first conservation area. This is also the conservation reserve, by the way. The world's first for sea cucumber. Somebody was also telling me some other sea cucumber reserve. What was that? जो इसके बाद अलग से बनी है, आप बता रहे थे? अच्छा, that is in Tamil Nadu. Okay. See, all these are aquatic species. Aquatic. Piyush, bear with this. थोड़ा सा देर के लिए. After your notes are sorted and when you revise it, I know in species sections, some of you may feel कि भाई we have seen so many species. But the point is, we are filtering the most important ones which have been in the news, right? And there's a method. So if you start from the lecture 1 to the last one, slowly and steadily it will get better. ठीक है, तो एकदम हो सकता है some species may feel heavy. So I can agree with you on that, but ठीक है, with time it will get better. Kelps, now you know. Just write kelps and put a dash. Now What are these? Seaweed or seagrass? Seaweeds, right? Seaweeds. Okay. Now, other than this, in the aquatic ecosystems, there are two prominent species which we'll discuss. First one will be dolphins. Second will be turtles. Right? In turtles, I actually want to discuss olive-ridled turtles. In dolphins, also we want to discuss gangetic dolphins. Right? So let's first start and cover second. First, right? Dolphins. Right? Now, dolphins will be in news. One, for example, sometimes they have been tagged for the very first time, or they were in news because in some part river Ganga, the BOD of river Ganga, when it decreased, the population of dolphins will increase, yes or no? Right? Then again, this was in the news, right? So अब इसमें couple of things I'll tell you for Gangetic, right? Gangetic river dolphin. पहला लिखो dash. What is the national aquatic animal of India? What is the national heritage animal of India? That is elephant. The national aquatic animal is dolphin. So पहले लिखो national aquatic animal, comma, found in fresh water. Comma, essentially blind, uses echolocation. Uses echolocation. Now, one fact you can write is Vikramshila, the Ganges dolphin sanctuary is there in Bihar. Ganges River Dolphin Sanctuary. Okay, Vikramshila. This is in Bihar. Okay. Now you write again because this is the year of surveys and assessments. Which body I'll talk about? So write Ministry of Environment plus Wildlife Institute of India. Ministry of Environment plus Wildlife Institute of India released population status of river dolphins. They released population status of river dolphins in India. Okay, and in bracket write India's first comprehensive dolphin assessment. India's first comprehensive dolphin assessment. Okay. Now, approximately for your reference, don't remember how much. Recall approximately 6,000 dolphins are in India, right? 6,000 dolphins में आप सोचो 6,000 are Gangetic river dolphins. There are apart from this assessment only 3 Indus river dolphins. सिर्फ कितनी है? 3. Only 3. Right? And that too in which river? Bias. So the exact fact is you have 6,327 Gangetic river dolphins. 6,327 with 3 minus karo, how much? 6,327 is total number of dolphins. 6,324 is Gangetic river dolphin. Only 3 is Indus. Right? So इसमें what you can easily remember is Indus. Indus only 3 numbers. So 6,327 is equal to 6,324 plus 3. What is the 3 here? The Indus river dolphin. Indus river dolphin is only found in Bias river. Yes or no? This is one thing to know, right? Now also write down India's first. So one we have seen is the dolphin sanctuary. Where is the sanctuary? Vikramshila. अब लिखो India's first National Dolphin Research Center. India's first National Dolphin Research Center. This is also in Bihar. This is Patna, Bihar. Patna, Bihar, right? Now, so we have seen, for example, Gangetic dolphin. That is the maximum that you find. There is also Indus. Can we also find Irrawaddy dolphins? Where? Chilika Lake is a freshwater lake or a brackish water lake? Up here there is a nuance. Irrawaddy dolphin. Where is Irrawaddy? Myanmar. Irrawaddy dolphin is found in which river then? This river is actually, but in India it can still survive in Chilika Lake where you have brackish water. So this, of course, you don't think that the Irrawaddy dolphin is a special river of brackish river. It is a special river also of freshwater. Example, Ganges river dolphin is also a freshwater species. Okay. So this is mostly found in Irrawaddy in its freshwater. But yes, even in Chilika Lake you can find it where you have a brackish water, right? Chilika Lake also becomes an important site because a lot of birds come to this area. This is why one should know about it, right? Now, we are talking of dolphins. Dolphins are intelligent, right? Here there is a global initiative that you can also write. Naam likho initiative ka. Okay, the initiative is Global Protection, a declaration for Global Declaration for River Dolphins. Global Declaration for River Dolphins. Here you write this code pehle likho 5+1. Okay, the name is dolphins. Ideally you should have all the dolphins here. So in this declaration you try to protect 6 dolphins. But I have written 5+1. The reason is 5 of them are dolphins. One of them is a porpoise. But still all of them are included in the Global Declaration on River Dolphins. सारे के सारे इसी में included है, right? So in the Global Declaration on River Dolphins, what is the first thing to remember? It talks about conservation of 6. जहां लिखा भी होगा, you will see the term 6 surviving river dolphin species. But if you will read it carefully, there will be 5 dolphins. One will be a porpoise. I am saying dolphin, porpoise. You should know an umbrella term. वो है ये. In mammals, you have a category cetaceans. Cetaceans can be whales. They can be dolphins. They can be porpoise. The biggest size-wise are whales, followed by dolphins, followed by porpoise. Right? Dolphins will be the ones which will be very much acrobatic, will be very intelligent. Right? Porpoise are not as social or as acrobatic. Right? Ab whales mein, how many of you have done that homework? Baleen whales. What are they? Filter feeder. What is a filter feeder? They will be cleaning up the oceans, right? So whales can be 2 types. One which have a tooth, one which don't have tooth. Whales mein, how many of you recall we have done whale vomit? Ambergris. Yaad aa raha hai? Right? So these are some attributes. Dolphins mein, what are we doing right now? Ganges river dolphin. And we are doing the global declaration to protect dolphins. In that, totally there are 6 species, but if we look closer, 5 are dolphins, 1 is the porpoise. So you should, all these are under the category of cetaceans. So you should know the term cetaceans is equal to whales, dolphins and porpoise. So if you get a statement that which of the following is an initiative to protect the cetaceans, तो वो हो जाएगा global declaration on river dolphins, even that is correct. Now if you follow this, again let me come back to this 6 surviving dolphins, although we say this. Now notice Amazon river dolphin, Ganga, Indus, Irrawaddy, Tuguxi, and last one is Yangtze pinless porpoise. Now easy thing is, out of all these only the porpoise is critically endangered. All the remaining dolphins are endangered. So even Ganges, this is endangered, Indus is endangered, Irrawaddy, Amazon, Tuguxi, all these are endangered. It is only the Yangtze pinless porpoise that is critically endangered. Because this is a global declaration. This year also Amazon is in news. So Amazon se ho sakta hai, they may ask you a question on dolphin also. Right? And then there are some finer details. Yangtze pinless porpoise is the world's only freshwater porpoise. Isiliye, and they've mentioned it. But it is still included in under the category of dolphins. Right? It is included with other cetaceans because the other 5 are proper dolphin species. So wahan pe don't get confused. Here all the 6 species are dolphins. 5 are dolphins, 1 is a porpoise. It is only the porpoise that is critically endangered. Other 5 are endangered. That also makes our life easy. Dolphin में कुछ भी है, maximum क्या case है, सब endangered है, right? This is one. अब Amazon में just a fact can be, this is the largest river dolphin. So you can go on some of these facts later on. But main thing is to know, in dolphins, one is to know Gangetic river dolphin, why very first ever comprehensive assessment has come. This year if you look in environment in 2025, if you have followed our lecture so far, almost कितनी species के तो हमने census देख डाले ये assessment, right? So we've seen for snow leopard, we saw it for elephant, we saw it for vultures, so many prominent species, which is why from the very first lecture at least these species have been my focus areas, and other finer details we are doing right now. So when you go to the exam, at least the species which have had their assessment or census, they should be on a priority to revise. Okay? Otherwise in the environment oftentimes you will find there will be some absolutely random species, new type of spider, new type of moss, new type of fern found. That may not be very relevant because the name will be very difficult to cram. इसलिए focus करो. One is the species recovery program, where one should know the species that we have done. We have done both static species also and the current affairs species also. So that will be a good part. If they ask you even beyond some very random and tough species, like this year there was only one species question, which was peacock tarantula, not covered in compilations in general. So either you leave it, or if you're able to apply some logic in that, or if you know some knowledge what is a tarantula, that can be helpful. Okay? Is this okay? This is your global declaration of river dolphins. All right. Ab isme there is one more extra species. I have mentioned this species. This is another porpoise. This is not a part of global declaration, but this is another species. Why are we discussing this? Because for this species there has been a extinction alert by IWC, International Whaling Commission. Less than 10 species are remaining. Okay. Both Yangtze pinless porpoise is also critically endangered. Even this species is critically endangered. So plight of Vaquita porpoise. So Vaquita, first fact here is world's smallest cetacean. For Yangtze, what was the fact? It is there in fresh water, right? This is smallest cetacean. First thing to remember. Second, where is it found? So this is found in Mexico's upper Gulf of California, right? Other than that, this species is one of the world's most, let's say, trafficked species, the Yangtze pinless porpoise. So yaad rakhenge, smallest cetacean. Okay. If you want, you can also see it is the only species in warm waters, etc. Slightly more detail later, you can read it. Right? It has been declining continuously. Why? Shrimp, fish cultivation, etc. has been a problem. Main thing is this is critically endangered. Now, there is the mention of International Whaling Commission. Any idea what is that for? So, to prevent the hunting. And in whale, is Japan a part of it or is it out of it? Japan is out. Even Russia moved out of IWC. Can you think of a probable reason why Japan moved out of it? One thing is Japan is already facing the issues of disasters, right? Its economy has to revive. If you look at Japan from geography perspective, do you see the meeting of cold current and warm current? Oashio and Kuroshio, you should know that. The meeting point of two currents, one is hot and cold, is a very good fishing site. So if Japan is already rich in this fact, right, it is a good fishing zone, why should it keep its own people or the fishermen? At least they should be able to take benefit of it. Ye factor hai. So they've moved out of it. Even Russia moved out of it. Is India part of IWC? Yes. International Whaling Commission. So it had raised an alert. Why? Vaquita porpoise kitne ho gaye hain? 10. So we have seen 2 porpoise. We have seen dolphins. Yes or no? These are some of the species that we have seen. Now, if you've seen this, now one part we'll see is turtles. Okay. Now here, this I've asked you to do. In fact, I asked you to do turtle, tortoise, and terrapin. But just for very quick reference, we'll have a look at. Tortoise will mainly live on the land. Okay. They're mostly going to eat. Right. Turtles can eat plants and animals. But yahan pe please remember there is one exception. There is a green sea turtle which is herbivore. Right? And because they have to flip, so they will have bigger flippers. Right? This has a harder, bigger shell because it has to be protected. Now, if I make this statement, turtles always live in the water. Think of olive ridley turtles. They come out in the Gahir Matha beach. They do the mass nesting known as Aribada. Yes or no? So this is how you can also remember. So in turtles, remember, there are different species of turtle, but main thing to remember is green sea turtle is herbivore. Otherwise, the turtles can be omnivorous. Right? That is the very first thing to remember. Second thing, there are many sea turtle species. Right? Isme se bhi I have told you which species herbivore. This is herbivore. Sometime you may have also heard about leatherback turtle. Right? Right? Chalo, leatherback is Andaman Nicobar. Right? It is the largest sea turtle species. There is Kemp ridley. They say you have olive ridley turtle. We also have Kemp ridley turtles. These are the smallest of the species. Right? But out of all these ones, the most that are in the news are olive ridley. So dekho, abhi tak one herbivore species, green turtle. The largest one is leatherback. Then you have Kemp ridley. These are the smallest ones. Right? The term that we saw, Aribada, is now something that we'll again have a look at. Olive ridley. ठीक है? अब, if I say olive ridley turtles, first thing to remember is this keyword, Aribada. They are known for mass nesting site. Now, they are very much in the news. But are they critically endangered? Nahi. What are they? Vulnerable. Now, if you look at the geography of the region, you have to know a few things. One, of course, you need to know the largest nesting site. Odisha is Gahir Matha beach. This beach lies along the Brahmani Baitarni delta. Okay. This is your Mahanadi river. This is your Rushi Kulia river. Okay. This is Gahir Matha beach. So you need to know the prominent rivers also which are draining here. So one is the Brahmani Baitarni delta, and this delta, as you see here, is to the north of, this is Mahanadi river, right? That is the one thing to remember in olive ridley turtles, right? Second thing to remember here is a couple of chalo, olive ridley, you can also remember carnivores. These are most abundant sea turtles. Now you need to know a couple of projects. One is Operation Olivia, from the name only. Operation Olivia is by the Indian Coast Guard, specific to olive ridley turtles. The name is Operation Olivia. Whereas there's a broad project that we have also seen, if you recall, right? Dev Kurma was by WCCB, and for this project, WCCB got UNEP's Asia's Environmental Enforcement Award. Turtle, broad turtle, right? But this is specific to olive ridley, Olivia. Okay. Indian green turtle, I'll have to see. Most probably it is not there in India. Okay, but एक बार देखेंगे, right? किस oceans में ज़्यादा मिलते हैं? Good question. Hmm? Hmm? Which one? ICG. अच्छा, Asia Environmental Enforcement Award. Asia Environmental Enforcement Award. Mm-hmm. I think name क्या लिखा है उन्होंने? The Indian turtle क्या लिखा है? What is it written? हाँ, so all these marine turtles will be included. It is not just olive ridley then. Same is true for vultures, by the way. The mention is of vultures, right? So same thing. Right? And this is the operation that is in news, Operation Olivia. And Operation Olivia was able to safeguard a lot of turtles. So remember Operation Olivia, right? It shielded, kahin pe likh lo, it shielded over 8 lakh olive ridley turtles. Operation Olivia shielded over 8 lakh olive ridley turtles. Which part? Odisha's Gahir Matha beach. How many of you seen those images in the paper? The entire beach may there is, right, the mass nesting going on, and then the forest department has to ensure ki bhai it is not at least damaged. Now can you tell me how many can oil spill cause a problem to turtles? It can. Even in Ennore is in Tamil Nadu, we've seen certain oil spills being very problematic for olive ridley turtles. ठीक है, एक बार you also find out that do we find green turtles in India? Just somebody. अच्छा, it is found. ठीक है, then it's a good addition. You can make that. ठीक है. In fact, another question can be: do you find all these marine turtles in India? Right. That can also be a potential question. So just the geography and distribution wise, one can have a look at. Again, this is what we see: Rushi Kulya River. Okay, chalo Ganjam Beach, South Odisha, mass nesting going on. These are some of the images that is very prominent with these olive ridleys. Okay. अब इसी के नीचे एक और turtle लिखो, one more turtle species which has recently won an award. A documentary based on that species has won an award here. Yes, good point. Light pollution can also be a challenge. Right? Asian giant soft shell turtle. This is your name, Asian giant soft shell turtle. Asian giant soft shell turtle. So right, a documentary. See, the status of Irrawaddy dolphin is not mentioned in that particular census. So it spoke about the two that I told you. So in this, right, documentary on saving these turtles won Dada Sahab Phalke Award. The documentary won the Dada Sahab Phalke Award. Now, first thing to remember, these are critically endangered. These, in fact, the documentary was in this part. Where is this Kasargod? And with Kasargod disaster, what substance comes in mind? Endosulfan, right? And this year, carbosulfan is in news. This turtle, because it's giant, Bheem, this is its local name in Kerala. Right? The word Bheeman means giant, and Ama in this means turtle. This is the local name. So Asian giant soft shell turtle. Next, right, it is a freshwater turtle. It is a freshwater turtle. Okay, this is there, right? Now, in our discussion, I think I did tell you there was some deep water species also. एक हमने अलग से block बनाया था, if you recall. I've added it, but this is a slightly older news. This later on, for example, you can go through. Let's say this is the black demon fish. Okay, and there's the Japanese doomsday fish. Now, this is a article of Indian Express, Black Sea Devil to Doomsday, all the important 5 deep sea animals that have showed for the very first time. Right? So if they ask you goblin shark, giant oarfish, deep sea jellyfish, frilled fish, and we can also add the Black Sea Devil. These species are very prominent. Why? Because in the only recent times, इसका अलग नाम ये भी है, the deep sea anglerfish. This is of course an event of Feb 2025. Okay, slightly thoda sa old ho jayega, but still, if you are asked which species were recently in news, or they mention you the names, why were the species in news? So there are certain deep water species which have been recorded for the very first time on the surface. So you need to just identify the names. That's it. Just say doomsday fish, just see the headings. So you have a black sea devil, doomsday. How many of you are aware of this phenomena? Maybe some even random normal videos also you may have seen. The doomsday, the pralay is going to come and this and that. Right? Even people are saying 20 to 26 to start bhi nahi hoga, right? And things will end. Okay. So that is why the name is doomsday fish. Right? So here just be aware, because this is also there in normal parlance, day-to-day life. Things which are there in normal parlance one should know. For example, in normal parlance, penguin is in news, right? Penguin, why is it in news? Dur ja raha, right? It is going away, and for that nobody has a very specific answer. Somebody is saying it is going to prepare for exams, and somebody is saying something else. Now, talking of penguins, can you tell me any unique behavior of penguins? Huh? So have you seen, let's say if the Indian cricket team takes a wicket, they go into a huddle. Penguins also do a huddle. Yes, this does not mean cricketers are penguins, right? So one is they do huddle, right? In fact, so एक तो बस याद रखो some basic points, and then what is the body adaptation, etc., etc. That is what you need to know. In fact, I was just seeing, just because of this event, I was seeing a couple of videos. So for penguins, what sometimes happens when they have their young one, and when the young one is outside, there will be a lot of other penguins which will try to kidnap the young one, because they would have already lost their young one, and in that the role of the parent becomes very important. Second, when the young one is sometimes outside, it sometimes creates a small just a noise or just a kind of voice, and that the parent can hear, and then the parent goes and then takes care of it. So even in the very starting part, so there's a lot of competition in who is going to rear that particular species. तो इसलिए आप बहुत बार देखते हो कि मेनी टाइम्स द पेरेंट इज गोइंग टू कम एंड टेल द पेंगुइन कि चलो हमारे साथ चलो, देन गो विद अस, and in some times they may go the other way also, right? So just a couple of things you should know is in there in common parlance, maybe some basic question if they ask they can know. But remember, we've already done Arctic and polar regions where what are the modifications we know, huddle now, right? That is also how they are able to withstand very cold temperatures. Okay, yeah, they are there at the deep seas. Now they have been seen up. So just be aware. See, these two are very popular. Doomsday fish and this. But other than that, the article mentions some other species. Don't remember the scientific names, too difficult. Just be aware. Acha, overfish I've seen, deep jellyfish, frilled shark. They were in news, that's it. Okay, you also one has to draw a line on what is to be done and what is to be seen. Okay. Other than that, you will find articles like this. For example, oyster blood holds promise for drug resistant superbugs. What are superbugs? You read this in AMR, anti-microbial resistance. अब इसमें भी देखो how science and even environment will be intersecting. So here there has been research एक की AMR potential isolated from oysters hemolymph can have bacteria responsible for range of infections. Just for your reference, if you have just gone through this heading और अगर आया कि which of the following can help in treating AMR and if they randomly write this, तब आपको याद रहेगा कि अच्छा यार मैंने सुना है कहीं पे. अब इसमें how does it do that? Even this heading is good enough. The AMR proteins are isolated from the lymph, the hemolymph, and that can be used to counter this. And you should know what are superbugs. With superbugs, you should also know this NDM11. How many of you know this? आपके साथ तो हमने करा हुआ है वर्चुअली क्लास में. What is NDM? नहीं, that is NDM. And I'll say NDM is also racist and also NDM ND is New Delhi. NDM 11, see, NDM is this New Delhi metallo something, the full name is there. This is the name of a superbug which is spreading. The idea is in Asia, specifically from India. And NDM1 related cases you will also find in USA. It's a huge super spreader. Now, when this was named way back in 2008 or sometime, then they have mentioned the name New Delhi. Okay, but again, when you look at WHO, WHO did not mention the name Wuhan virus, right? So that is why sometimes it is said the racism or let's say favoring one country or not favoring one country. So this is one of the example of super bugs. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Okay, Ganges, dolphin, etc. This we have seen. Now flip your page. What is the next part? Acha, plants and trees. Okay. सबसे पहले इसको लिखो. First, right? आरोग्य पचा. This is now a very small section. Only few species are remaining. Then we go to soil. आरोग्य पचा. Why now? This is a story. First thing, there is the Kani tribe, right? And the story is about Kutimatan Kani, the forest elder who gave this wonder herb. The name is Arugpacha. Now, few things we have to know. This person who gave this has died. First thing, this discovery inspired world's first biodiversity benefit sharing model. Think of access and benefit sharing. Yes or no? Think of ABS, access and benefit sharing. Okay, and this Kerala model, it actually collapsed amid mismanagement, neglect, corporate profiteering. So यहाँ पे भी died in poverty. That is the main point. So here, this is both socio-economic plus environmental news. And this herb has been very popular. The companies have made a lot of money, but the tribe which has stored this knowledge, the Kani tribe, it has lived in poverty. Okay, so this is one. Kani tribe, just a second, I'll tell you. Kerala. अब इसमें लिखो, अच्छा first thing you will write the name, the Kani tribe from Kerala. There is a drug that is made from this. Jeevani drug. Jeevani drug has been made using Arok Pacha. Okay. If you want to write one more fact, Kani tribes pe you can write, they are Kani tribes में Agastya Hills in Western Ghats. Agastya Hills, Western Ghats. This one, the Jeevani drug. This is also, I think, used for certain. I think I'll just verify this once. देखो इसमें multiple uses है. It is antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory, anti-tumor, anti-ulcer, anti-diabetic, antioxidant, anti-stress, everything, right? हाँ, anti-tumor also. And उसके last भी etc. is mentioned. So think, and it is a, then it is, that is why it is known as a wonder drug, right? That is why the wonder thing is there, right? So you think of anti and put a dash, X, सब कुछ, बहुत कुछ. Antioxidant, anti-stress, anti-inflammatory, anti-tumor. So there is a lot of medicinal properties that you get. So one is Kani tribe, okay, Kerala, that is one thing. Later on, you also please cross check whether this tribe is PVTG or not. That is one. The location we have seen, okay. Third thing, using this, what you are able to make, right? Or last इसमें एक लिख लेना, the Kani tribe gets 50% share on commercial returns. The Kani tribe gets 50% share. That is simply the idea of access and benefit sharing. But usme bhi the issue happened, there was a mismanagement later on. So as per the document, as per the record, they would be getting 50% on the commercial, 50% share on commercial returns. So you can be asked a question on Arogya Pacha also, right? Basically, this is an example of a medicinal plant, right? That is the first example. Second, right, red sanders, always in the news and even in the movies, right? So red sanders, what would you write? इसको सबसे लास्ट में लिखेंगे. This I'll tell you what this means. So first write where. So Eastern Ghats, endemic to Eastern Ghats. Red sanders में endemic to Eastern Ghats. Then you can write Sheshachalam Hills. Now, some years back, UPSC had asked a question on red sanders, and they had mentioned they are found in the evergreen forests. True or false? सोच के बताओ. अब देखो, here they want to play the trap. For Eastern Ghats, they want to swap with Western Ghats. In Western Ghats, you will find more of evergreen. In Eastern Ghats, what you will find? Deciduous. So next keyword, right? Deciduous. This has already been a trap UPSC has asked on Eastern Ghats. Okay. Impact of underwater nuclear tests, it depends on the severity of the impact also. So there will be a negative impact, no doubt. Right. Now, you should also know one thing. Likho red dye, santalin. Is a red dye santalin which gives this color. This is also heavily trafficked, that we know. From the name now you can guess. Operation Rakt Chandan. Just write bracket DRI, Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. Operation Rakt Chandan. Now one point, is red sanders aromatic या non aromatic? बताओ. hmm? How many of you heard about agarwood? Agarwood is aromatic. This is non aromatic. Agarwood will be used in incense sticks, etc. etc. Aromatic. Agarwood is mostly found in northeast. Right? Now, there are two things which I'll tell you on red sanders. This is the basic. What is the basic? Where is it found? Operations, red and how it is getting trafficked. Two things. First is the heading that you are seeing. Right? Now, this term can also be asked. Review of significant trade is related to which convention? Very difficult to guess in the exam because you will think review of significant trade, WTO. RST means review of significant trade. Now, this sometimes is in the news, sometimes because of red sanders, right? Now, if a species or anything is added to RST of sites, in very simple layman terms, its export, all of this becomes very difficult. अगर आपने review पे डाल दिया, आप ये सोचो, it becomes difficult. This was in the news because RST process has been eased. If it has been eased, what will happen? Now it is easier to trade it. So by the way, this is not specific to red sanders, but you also hear it in the context of red sanders. Now there can be some other species also, right? So RST process talks about review of significant trade. This can be asked even as a one-liner. Is related to which convention? CITES. We've seen CITES convention, right? That is the meaning of review of significant trade. If something is added to RST, it becomes difficult to at least maneuver it and do things around it. That is difficult. And if it is removed from RST, आसान हो जाता है उसको use करना. ठीक है? That is one. Last thing, that is why red sanders is in news, right? NBA, National Biodiversity Authority, National Biodiversity Authority has sanctioned fund for NBA has sanctioned fund for red sanders conservation. NBA has sanctioned fund for red sanders conservation under ABS, Access and Benefit Sharing Program. NBA has sanctioned a fund for red sanders conservation program under ABS, Access and Benefit Sharing. These are the two main reasons why this is in news. Other than that, through some of the taskari of wildlife, illegal wildlife operations, red sanders is in news, right? Third, write down. This you already know, Nil Kurunji. Nil Kurunji. Especially because this is a famous one, you should also know the scientific name. I don't recommend for others, but at least for this one, Probilanthes kunthiana. So Kurunji ka KU and this KU, Probilanthes kunthiana. Because Nil Kurunji, very high chance they will not ask you even the name Nil Kurunji, but they may ask you the other name, Probilanthes kunthiana. Probilanthes kunthiana. अब नील कुरुंजी में नील of course means blue. Kurunji here is flowers. Now, which area did we talk about? Western Ghats, and also this area is very prominent. Eravi, Eraviculum National Park. Now this blooms once in 12 years. Which tribe is associated with it? अभी एक ट्राइब हमने देखी है with respect to नीलगिरी थार. No, नीलगिरी थार. No. So write name of two tribes. Muthuvas and Todas. Yeah, Todas of Nilgiri, that's also correct. Muthuvas and Toda tribes. And in fact, in cultural, it is also associated with Lord Muruga. Okay? Muruga, and you can add an N. Acha, by the way, this Strobilanthes, this Kunthiana, this blooms once in 12 years. But with Strobilanthes, you have other species also, right? So one of the other species, Strobilanthes sessile karke naam hai, that blooms once in 8 years. So this is not the only species that blooms once in some time. There are also other species. Even there are other Kurunji names also. Okay, so this is one of them. Just remember the name of the tribes also, couple of tribes here. This is not that difficult. And you link it with which one? They're also found. They're also found. I'll have to check. ठीक है, अभी मुझे भी I'm not able to recall, but you can just cross check once. ठीक है? Now, a couple of other points I'll just tell you. Something which has been. एक ये लिखो. Next. This type of question has been asked once in 2016. अंडमान एंड निकोबार. अब ये एक वर्ड रिकॉर्ड है. बनाना मूसा. नाम से क्लियर हो रहा है. इन अंडमानिसिस. Main thing, world's longest banana, right? Have you seen these images of? I'll have to show you what infructescence means. 1 second. The combined. I think this should be a decent image to see this. So let's see. Do you see this? Almost a collection of all this in one. So देखो, एक होता है term inflorescence and one is infructescence wherein the fruit has to come in. So here in banana you'll see all these fruits combined together. Yes or no? So here this is unique in the sense this is the world's longest banana infructescence. World's longest. Okay. So इसके लिए not. Pehले just you write this name and only this keyword write world's longest banana infructescence. And how much this is? So for reference, 1 second. $4.2 अच्छा लिखा है यहाँ पे, right? The specimen also is there in display. Just remember this. The term you have to know. All right, in fructescence. From Jammu and Kashmir, two updates I'll give you. One, I think, is slightly older update, but एक ये है, right? The Oriental plane tree. Main thing is just the geotagging and Aadhaar, which means simply the linkage. So this keyword can also be asked. The tree Aadhaar mission is related to which trees? The white Oriental tree. This is the name. It is maple-like or the chinar trees. One. So one is that, and second is with respect to Vuller Lake, the blooming that has happened after 30 years, for example. Of these, just as a piece of trivia, you can just maybe write it. So Jammu and Kashmir, one example you will write is geotagging and Aadhaar. What is the tree we're talking of? Or the white, the Oriental plane tree. This is one example. So just remember this. एक ये हो गया. Or the second one which I was talking to you about was this one. The lotus blooms in Kashmir's Vuller Lake after 30 years. Okay. So talking of Vuller Lake, right? Important thing to know, this is the largest freshwater lake in India. The largest freshwater lake from northeast is Loktak Lake. वो Loktak Lake है from Manipur. इसमें I'll later on add what is the specific variety, what is that known as. अभी के लिए just remember this. Kashmir's Vuller Lake in news for this particular part. What are conocarpus trees? How many of you remember conocarpus? Gujarat government had banned them. These are invasive mangrove species. This we have done in mangroves also and even in invasive also. So मैं अलग से I'm not doing it here. One of the last examples now we see is baobab tree. Okay. इसमें just see the keywords which I'm underlining. Deciduous, and a very important thing is long-lived. Right? It can stay for a very long time. And if you notice the trunk, do you see it slightly unusual? Very bulky, or let's say very, right? Why? Because this can store water. And because of that, this is also known as the tree of life. Baobab tree. Is this tree endemic to India? Nahi. Where is it found? Africa, Madagascar. It is found in India in which part? Madhya Pradesh. Okay, so this will be that. So mostly this is found in mainland Africa, mostly in Madagascar, even in Australia. In India, where do you find it? Remember Madhya Pradesh, that's it. Long-lived, deciduous, right? And it lives for a very long time, tree of life, because it can store water. देखो इसीलिए tree of life, large amounts of water it can store in its trunks, right? And can live almost thousands of years old, very long, right? So just know that you've seen this tree, deciduous, because why I'm emphasizing on deciduous, etc. That sometimes they can play a trick on evergreen and deciduous also. I've asked you to read up at least five species of both, है ना? So at least be aware. Yeah, correct. Madagascar, right? Okay. This I had asked you to read up this PIB article. How many of you had seen From Weed to Wonder? Water hyacinth. In this, simply remember, water hyacinth, we generally see this in the case of negative, the invasive aspect. But water hyacinth, for example, even in Deepore Bill in other regions, this can be used as a biofertilizer. Can it also be used in, see, Swachh Bharat mission? How? It can also treat wastewater, right? Can be used as biofertilizer. अब it is a good phyto remediation. अब देखो, phyto का मतलब क्या होता है? नहीं, that is photo. Photo is light. Phyto is Simply plant. What is mycoremediation? Fungus. Anything with mycorrhiza, recall. So myco क्या हो जाएगा? Fungus, right? So this is, अच्छा, what is phytoremediation? Plant that is helping in treatment of waste. A very good example will be water hyacinth. This example deliberately I'm showing, so if they ask you even the positives of some invasive species, there can be some positives also. But the point is, over a period of time, when the population increases, it leads to out competing the native species. That leads to decline of biodiversity. ये problem होती है, ठीक है? This becomes a challenge. Achha, this we've already done, so I'll not repeat. This we've done. Sea buckthorn. If you want, you can just mention the term sea buckthorn if you want to revise that. The last species that I'll do in this section is this. So it's a complicated name, hai. Dicliptera polymorpha. Now this has something very unique. The only known Indian species to have picate inflorescence. Till now we've seen two terms. One on that banana, Musa. What was that? World's longest infructance, around 4.2 meters. Here this is spicate inflorescence. Naam bada mushkil lag raha hai. But I'll just explain to you what this means. Now, this species, fire resilient, dual blooming. Normally the species will bloom in a season, right? In the entire season once. Here it will bloom twice. It is fire resilient, it is dual blooming, found in Western Ghats, for example. So fire resilient hai. Pyrotrophic. What is the meaning of pyro? Related to fire, okay? And very unusual dual blooming patterns. What is dual blooming? So dekho, normally when it in the normal season it blooms, but even later on it also blooms, okay, because maybe of grassland fires, etc. So that is why, in addition to the typical blooming, it blooms one more time later on because of the grassland fires. So abhi tak kya dekha? It is fire resilient, it has dual blooming, and this is the only known Indian species with picate fluorescence. To understand what is picate fluorescence, you need to know, normally what you have? A stem, you have a stalk, and then only you will have the leaf, etc. Picate means ye nahi hoga. Even without this, fluorescence can happen. This is known as spicate fluorescence. So this is the only known Indian species to have spicate fluorescence, right? So this is also because of some unusual characteristics. तीन चीजें unusual है इसमें. Spicate fluorescence, only species in India to have this. Second one is fire and dual blooming. Normal blooming, that Nilgiri, Strobilanthes kunthiana, we have seen that. This is maybe one more example that you can add to your repository, right? Other than that, the flowers or species which I have mentioned, let's say rhododendron. Rhododendron, maybe rhododendron as a tree is also there, and rhododendron as a species also there, as a flower species. So when we see rhododendron, rhododendron is a straight flower of Nagaland. No, flower, I'm saying flower. But the state tree of Uttarakhand. For rhododendron, rhododendron is the rhododendron flower, a specific flower, is the state flower of Nagaland. But it is the state tree of Uttarakhand. Okay? Okay? So rhododendron can be one example that you can read about. Major points that were in the news, we have seen it. So ye hota hai spicate inflorescence. Okay? Right? Now, what is there? Achha, now you come to soil pollution. Now, here see, we have seen today, what have we seen? Mammals, birds, aquatic species, plants and trees. We have seen all of that, right? In addition to that, when I share this with you, almost सारी species हम देख चुके हैं, but again I have added this section, invasive species in news. Only a couple of species you would have to add. This is an article of January only of Indian Express. So there is this Orobanch karke species, this is a parasitic weed which is a threat to mustard. This is one species that you will add to your notes later. Okay, this we have already done, but this is still in the news. Tena, how many of you know this name? Suna hai? How many of you know this name? Mikania mikrantha. Likha hai humne. This is again in the news, for example. But if you know it, excellent. The same thing, for example, now lantana camera. How many of you know? Chromolena odorata. Dekha hai humne. Mikania mikrantha. Maybe this is slightly new. Mimosa diplotrica. Right? Red fire ant. We had written this. Red-eared turtle. याद है? Conocarpus, Gujarat. This is a gambusia. This is a mosquito fish. This can also become invasive. Gambusia, a mosquito fish. Right? The good thing is it can fight the increasing population of mosquito, but the problem is it can become invasive. This is the problem. Right? And the last one, this you will easily now remember, Prosopis chilensis. Where is this the problem? Now, Gulf of Mannar, pay you know few things. One, Dugong Conservation Reserve. Even the IUCN wanted to recognize that, right? And now you'll also remember this name, Prosopis chilensis. Ab chilensis mein what do you see? Chile is in South America. So wahan se hai ye. Right? So we have seen 3 Prosopis species in our class. Prosopis juliflora, Prosopis cineraria. What was that? Hejri trees, worshipped by Bishnoi communities, right? And lastly, what we had seen is Prosopis chilensis. इतने ही species हैं और जो news में हैं, which you need to know. And we had already written a big list of the new invasive species that we have done in the first class, right? So when you do it again and when you go through this what is the news, etc., I've also added that part. Okay? So invasive species in news, I think the only one, or maybe the one that would have been new, is this very recent one. Okay, the wheat thread to mustard, this you can add after that. ठीक है? Now let's come to soil pollution. अब इसमें भी देखो जो भी हमारी species हैं, it will take some time for you to go through them. The more you revise it, the better it will get. Okay, because some sections we've done in some other areas, some we have today again repeated for ourselves. Species in general will be factual in nature, and if you now follow कि अच्छा we've done aquatic, we've done birds, we've done certain mammals, we've done certain reptiles, etc., etc. So we have had a whole list. Ab, as opposed to if I just randomly tell you some species, आपको याद नहीं रहेगा. So try to do them in sections like we have done. इसको revise करेंगे. Here also some extra species you'll also find which had been news some time back. That should be a good point of reference. ठीक है? So do that. That should help. Now let's come to soil. Okay. Now in soil pollution, what is our major point of discussion? It is the certain insecticides or pesticides that are in the news. Okay. Majorly I wanted to discuss 2 of them. One is the carbosulfan and one is chlorpyrifos. They have been in news because of the recent conventions, Rotterdam Convention and Stockholm, that we have covered and we have written in the conventions. But अब हम थोड़ी सी detailing करेंगे. ठीक? Other than that, in the soil, I will also tell you other pollutants also like PFAS. अब जरूरी नहीं है PFAS is only found in water. PFAS can also be found in soil. Plus the things we write here can also be found in water, because the point is soil and water can have a continuum, right? Right? अब सबसे पहले देखो, first write this report, Global Assessment of Soil Pollution. Global Assessment of Soil Pollution. Put a dash, FAO and UNEP. Global Assessment of Soil Pollution, FAO and UNEP. Right? Talking of soil, of course, it is SDG 15. For water, it was SDG 14. Right? Now, when I'm talking of soil pollution, देखो, whenever soil gets polluted, soil organic carbon will increase or decrease? बताओ, सोच के. Decrease. So you write increase in pollution equals to decrease in SOC. What is SOC? Soil organic carbon, right? And in India, if you look at acidification, almost 3.3 billion tons of essential carbon is almost going to be wiped out. This can be because of excessive fertilizer use, industrial chemicals, etc. getting released. So soil acidification will be a huge challenge. Acidification can also lead to salinization, है ना? Yes. If there is less rainfall, jitna bhi water hoga, that will get evaporated. You will be exposed to soils, these harmful chemicals, right? Okay. Next also, right? एक और है global soil partnership. On soils, we have seen two, and here 50% of world soil to be improved and maintained. Global soil partnership is 50% of world soil to be improved and maintained. 50%, 50. This global soil partnership is by FAO, again FAO. FAO. Okay. Similarly, there is also a vision VACS for adapted crops and soils. This term, even in sometimes UNCCD, we get to know. Vision for adapted crops and soils. Isme bhi idea, what is the idea? Resilient food systems for climate adapted crops. Here also, FAO is the implementing agency. So the VACS that you are seeing here, you will also find this as a proper initiative under UNCCD. So there, this is a topic overlaps with agriculture, overlaps with economy, overlaps also with environment, pollution, सब कुछ है इसमें. So global soil partnership, we have seen 50% of world soil by 2030 supported by FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization, and then the vision for adapted crops and soils. This is also implemented through FAO. ठीक है? Now, just have a look at this question. I'll tell you the kind of question that has been asked. Use of, अब है ये न्यूज में, but this is a question of carbofuran, methyl parathion, porate triazos. In 2019, the BRS, Basel Rotterdam Convention, had happened, and then porate was in news back then. Right? This question had been asked. बताओ क्या होगा ये? They are pesticides in agriculture. So अब सबसे पहला point लिखो, pesticides in agriculture. Write these 4 names. You don't know in which form they gave. No, again repeat. This is how I am starting this topic. This year carbofuran is in news. Yes or no? So you will know this has been asked previously also. This year even higher chance, because carbofuran this year has been included in which convention? Or Rotterdam? In the PDF that is shared with you, even this part, again factual part I've added. ठीक है? चारों नाम याद रखो. Carbofuran, these are simple. They've asked you identification based question. Carbofuran, methyl parathion, porate triazos. See, the class should be done in less than 1 hour. Only some small points are remaining, because major section was species. Now, इसमें भी I have to only tell you only some points. ये ठीक है? अब carbofuran, do you see carbofuran? Only the keywords we need to know. पहला लिखो, death of Himalayan griffon vultures. Death of Himalayan griffon vultures. Death of Himalayan griffon vultures. Second, what is this carbofuran? It is a pesticide that is used. This is how this is their carbofuran 3% Cg granules, etc. It is used for both agriculture as well as non-agricultural purposes, and it is causing environmental contamination. Carbofuran. Okay. Now, one thing that extra that you need to know: how are pesticides regulated in India? Any idea? They go for this carbofuran. For pesticides, one thing you need to know is a committee. Okay. In 2019, when this question was asked, then the Anupam Verma committee was in news. In that, in 2018, it had added certain pesticides. So one committee that you should remember. Second thing you need to know, this is where the agriculture part will intersect. How are pesticides regulated in India? Okay, so just write a line: regulation under Insecticides Act of 1968. Regulation under Insecticides Act 1968 and Insecticide Rules 1971. One is Act 1968 and one is Rules 1971. This act is administered by which ministry? पक्का? या एग्रीकल्चर या एनवायरमेंट? लिखो इसको, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर, अंडर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर. So either you remember just the Ministry of Agriculture. This act is administered by the Ministry of Agriculture. ठीक है? And put a star mark. Why? Because this has been added to which convention? What does Rotterdam Convention talk about? Pesticide. So harmful chemicals and pesticide. So one name now you will remember is carbofuran. ठीक है? अब इसमें additional thing that you should do, that in the recent 1 or 2 years, if the government of India has banned any other pesticide, जैसे डाइकोफॉर etc etc, वो 3-4 नाम अलग से याद कर लेना. Because based the reference of this, they can also create one more question. Any recent pesticides banned by the government of India? Last time when this question was asked, all these were almost added to this committee list. They had banned 18 such pesticides. So potential question can be the recent pesticides that have been banned. That you should look up. But you now know the kind of question. So either a question will be asked on what are they, how are they regulated. Second will be their environmental impact, not just to the vultures but for the ecosystem. And third, a question can also be triggered on Rotterdam Convention. Till now we have not seen a question on Rotterdam. Can be a potential question. This is carbofuran. Another one you write, and after that I come to chlorpyrifos. Endosulfan. Endosulfan. क्या कह रहे हो? हाँ, मिल जाता है. So we are also seeing that for agriculture and even non-agriculture use also. So even beyond that, sometimes it is used. Even for example, when we say endosulfan, it has been used for various, cotton, cashew, for various things also. The second thing, India case में you'll also see lax implementation. For it तो मिलता ही है, बहुत जगह मिलता है. पहले देखो endosulfan. Put a dash, right? Widely banned pesticide. It's a widely banned pesticide. Now, another term that is also used here, right? Right? Organochlorine. organochlorine, insecticide, देखो it is sprayed on cotton, cashew, fruits, paddy, so that you can do away with the pest. It is sprayed on cotton, cashew, tea, fruit, paddy. Okay, and with respect to this, right, also the term the Kasargod disaster that we saw. Okay, so Kerala, for example, here also in the news was Supreme Court saying Kerala virtually did nothing for the victims for these 5 years. So the effects of this are very damaging. Neurodegenerative issues, carcinogenic issues, okay, health, various kind of health issues, endocrine disruptor, ये सारे terms बिल्कुल सही होंगे यहाँ पे, right? So this, you see soil pollution. Soil pollution can also go to your food chains, yes or no? Can it also go to water? So it can also harm the aquatic species also, yes? So you, second term is this endosulfan, right? Now your homework will be to see under which convention is it listed, right? No, whether it is Rotterdam or Stockholm, you have to check. ठीक है? नहीं check करना, just check it once. Third, right? These two are very much in the news. Third, which is in the news, has been asked once, but even a more detailed question can be asked. Write the term PFAS. PFAS. Per and poly, ये है per and polyfluoroalkyl substances. Per and polyfluoroalkyl substances. The other name for them is forever chemicals. The other name for this is forever chemicals. Per and polyfluoroalkyl substances. Now, the name is forever chemicals. What do you get from the meaning? What is forever here? Yes, first of all, of course, long chained. They do not easily break down and they are present. Just think like persistent, right? Ab dekho. Whatever we generally use, so non-stick cookwares, food packaging, water resistance, clothing, all of this contribute to forever chemicals and they can stay up to 1000 years. They will stay for a very long time. Now, first I'll just show to you almost major जितने चीजें use कर रहे हैं can be a source of PFAS. Can be cosmetics, paints, clothing, foams, non-stick, fast food, stain resistant, various aspects. All of this. So if you get a question, which of the following can be a source of PFAS? Generally, the answer will be all of the above. Okay. So they will stay for a very long time, and the reason is the strength in their bonds is very strong. Okay. Uska bhi agar specific aspect if you want to know, there are certain carbon isotopes which are formed. Ab, सबसे important चीज क्या है? This never happens in nature, but it happens with the human environment. So why are they so strong? Why are they forever? इतने मुश्किल क्यों है इनको bonds तोड़ना? The reason is they have been tampered and they have been made by bonding. ये चीज एक लाइन याद रखेंगे. Made by bonding carbon isotopes to elemental fluorine. These strong bonds actually make them forever. Till now, they have not asked you this level of detail. They've only asked you which of the following can be a forever chemical. For example, so forever क्यों है? Because bonding carbon isotopes, right, to elemental fluorine. This is something that makes them super strong. सबसे important क्या है? You may also get this question. They are naturally occurring. True or false? False. You cannot have such strong bonds without the human involvement. So that can be a very super nuanced point for you, a point which will stand out. Now, almost never, generally speaking, so that you can also find, right? So almost in these cases, that is there, virtually unbreakable हो जाएगा. अब देखो, some of the examples which I'll show. High concentration of these fluorines, etc., observed in blubber from a Greenland killer whale. What is blubber? It is fat. Okay. Now, even in this, even the muscle, skin, etc., but even in the fat, we can find some level of PFAS. This also tells you the range or the level to which you are able to find this. Yes or no? So, यहाँ पे भी, here also, these are present. Normally, we thought that they're only present in protein-rich tissues, but in the recent times, we also find them in the blubber. That is one way to see this. These chemicals, they show up in our food, clothes, and homes. This is what we are seeing again and again. Has been in the news overall. You can still expect a question on this. Okay. Now, if you get a question, PFAS are regulated under Stockholm Convention. True or false? Though there can be two types of statements. One is PFAS are regulated. Other is all the PFAS are covered under Stockholm Convention. All nahi hai. PFAS mein there can be such a long list. Some PFAS have been added. Right? So if you get a statement, all types of PFAS are covered under Stockholm Convention, that would be incorrect. What would be correct? Some of them was in the previous ones. In the previous, let's say, summits which have happened of the BRS convention, we have seen certain PFAS being added to this. ठीक है, कुछ PFAS add हुए हैं कौन से convention में? Stockholm Convention में. So for this, let's say, article on forever chemicals, 2 or 3 things you should know. Number one are the sources. Right now, what you're getting the idea? Variety of sources. Right? It can be paints, it can be adhesives, it can be carpets, it can be clothes, let's say non-stick cookware, etc., etc. So one is sources. Second is what makes them strong. Batao. 2 fluorine, right? They are persistent for almost 1000 years, which is not generally seen in the case of human in the nature. Third thing is you will write some PFAS are under Stockholm Convention. Some PFAS are under. Some से आपको वहां पे आइडिया लग जाएगा. That if the statement is highly exclusive, eliminate it. Or if it is a very simple statement, PFAS have been regulated under Stockholm, if it is a normal statement, then it is correct. But if they say all types of PFAS, because PFAS, if you understand, there is a huge range and the chemical composition keeps on changing. All of them would not be covered under this. This makes sense? Okay. Next, now write this term, chlorpyrifos. And the very first thing that you will write is recently added. हमने वहां पे लिखा याद करो appendix 3 में in the Stockholm Convention. So first point has to be recently added. Recently added to Stockholm Convention. And again with this topic of soil pollution, we are revising both Rotterdam Convention as well as Stockholm Convention. Rotterdam में which term did we see abhi? Carbofuran. And we've also seen carbofuran appearing in the 2019 PYQ. Right? Now we are seeing chlorpyrifos. Is this the only addition to Stockholm? We've seen more names also. The long-chained paraffins, etc., etc. So you should remember them. In that, the highest probability will be of this. In the past also, there has been a global call to remove chlorpyrifos as much as possible. Okay? So isme you just write a couple of points. पहला लिखो keyword. This is a, don't write this is, just write this is organophosphate. Chlorpyrifos is organophosphate. insecticide, organophosphate insecticide used in agriculture, used in agriculture and public health, used in agriculture and public health to control pests, to control pest. Okay, it is targeting pest. So there is a particular enzyme that it works on, but the problem is this enzyme works on target species also and non-target species including humans. इसलिए problem कर जाता है. And this enzyme can cause the damage even to the nerve function. So we'll write the name of the enzyme, and main thing is this enzyme. So it is targeting the pest species also and other species also. That is why it is problematic. So since a long time, not just this year, since many years, there was a global call to remove chlor or put it in the appendix of Stockholm Convention. Finally, it has been added to the appendix 3 of Stockholm. So यहाँ पे you write, it works by inhibiting acetyl CHO it works by inhibiting acetylcholine choline enzyme. Inhibiting इसको रोकना, inhibiting acetylcholinesterase enzyme essential for nerve function, which is essential for nerve function. Full stop. अब इसी में write a sub point because this affects both target and non-target species. This affects both target and non-target species, including humans. Okay, in this, what they can also ask you is the environmental impact, right? So think of all the health problems it will cause them. Will it be toxic? Yes, toxic to humans also, to species also. Okay, and it's a widely used insecticide in India. So it has a huge environmental impact, right? So that is why not just India, but in other places, this was a problem. And there was a call to remove it. Finally, this is being done. Okay. Recently has been added, right? So abhi bhi in India, this is going to be regulated under the Insecticides Act that we just saw. Okay. But it will take some time to actually totally phase it out. Right. Okay. And remember, this is a part of which convention? Stockholm Convention, right? So these are the few facts that you should remember. Main thing, how it impacts both the target as well as the non-target species. Even that is there. So what have we seen so far? Carbofuran, endosulfan, PFAS, chlorpyrifos. Okay. Write down two more. Just write down the names. One, write glyphosate. Now इसको लिखो, this is a herbicide. Glyphosate is a herbicide okay. Second, right, it is used in agriculture. It is used in agriculture and forestry. Glyphosate is used in agriculture and forestry. अब इसमें लिख लो just one more fact. It inhibits EPSP, it inhibits an enzyme EPSP synthase. Now this enzyme is actually important for the plants to create amino acids. Okay, so plants actually use it and need it for these amino acids. So by inhibiting it and disrupting it, because we said what is this, a herbicide, so it will stop the growth of these plants. So if they ask, this will be very much factual, the EPSP synthase, but the idea is this interferes with the plant's protein formation process, how it forms amino acids, and in that sense it will almost stop the growth and eventually kill the plant. So this inhibits ESP synthase, right? Even this has been in the news, glyphosate, right? Next, isko just write in one line. This has been, by the way, asked in a PYQ some time back. BFR, brominated flame retardant, first keyword, right? These are man-made chemicals. Man-made chemicals. फिर को second record used in, so BFR is used in various products. So I'll just give you some examples. Used in plastics, textiles, electrical and electronic equipments, next slide. These are persistent and toxic, which is why their usage is now decreasing over years. A lot of awareness is also being generated. How many of you remember triclosan? We did in the previous class. Where is it used? Toiletries, right? And triclosan mein what was the problem? Again, can cause cancer, can be toxic, can cause bio magnification. In the L4 PDF, even triclosan and its write-up I've shared with you, right? Ab dekho, this was a PYQ, okay? So, abhi what we have seen, BFR or glyphosate, you will see, vocalize karo, yaad rahega. Huh? Chlorpyrifos, then PFAS and endosulfan and carbosulfan. These are mostly in the news, right? They are causing all these problems with respect to. The only additional homework that I've asked you is to read the additional recent banned pesticides by the government. This covers a large discussion on even the soil pollution, right? अब इसमें एक part और plastic का. This has been asked, but I'm going to tell you some other aspect. Now, bisphenol A has not been asked once but twice by UPSC, right? Bisphenol A or BPA. Any example of BPA if anybody can give me? All of this we are doing under soil pollution. But BPA, chalo, what is this? PET bottles. What is PET? Polyethylene tetraplate. Okay. Here you have bisphenol A. For example, how many of you have, chalo, if you visit Amazon or any site, if you look for microwave ovens, there will be certain plastic ones which will write them as BPA free, right? So what is the issue with BPA? Same thing, toxic, can lead to problems. So for BPA, I'll tell you two things, right? Pehli cheez, these plastics specifically, they can quicken mosquito life cycle. Okay. What UPSC had asked you before was this fact. BPA etc. is used primarily for production of polycarbonate plastics. ये UPSC पूछ चुका है आपसे, right? It is used in the production of polycarbonate plastics. What you will now remember is BPA can quicken, which means increase the mosquito life cycle. They will increase what? The life cycle of mosquitoes. If they increase the life cycle of mosquitoes, is it a good thing or a bad thing? Bad thing, right? Mosquitoes can be causing more diseases. They can be a vector. So mosquito borne or vector borne diseases we've already had a look at. ये problem होगी. तो BPA क्या कर रहा है? First thing to remember is even a very small concentration of BPA can shorten the life cycle of mosquitoes, which means from 13 days, for example, now they only take 10 days to complete their cycle. Will this be problematic? It will be problematic. So one thing is BPA is already a problem, which is why in most of the labelings you will see BPA free. Second thing to remember, BPA is used in the production of polycarbonate plastic. This is the exact UPSC question 2020. उन्होंने पूछा था BPA is used in, the answer was manufacture of polycarbonate plastics. Okay. Now here I'm not going into what is thermoplastics, thermosetting, etc. If you want, you can look into that in more detail. That is again an aspect of basic science also. But we have not seen those questions. We are seeing questions which are more current based, right? अब ये लिखा है bisphenol A, right? This is one thing. अब when you look at BPA, the sources, you will be amazed. Almost everything can be a source of BPA, which means water tanks, lunch box, water bottles, baby bottles, packaging, microwave. So you have dietary sources. You also have non-dietary sources. This can be a problem in soil. We are seeing in soil, but it is not limited to soil. It can also be a problem in landfill, in air, in water, in egg. Everywhere BPA can be a problem. Jahan bhi BPA jayega, it is not limited only to one place, right or no? This can cause problems, right? Even electronics, so human exposure is increasing to BPA, yes or no? So when I'm talking of plastics, in the previous class we've already done microplastics, yaad karo, nanoplastics, right? So BPA is a challenge. Now the companies are very smart. आपने किसको बैन किया? अब नेक्स्ट क्या आ जाएगा? This thing is known as toxic alphabet soup. Right? You ban one, we'll get another. How many ones will you ban? The point is, this is also awareness based. A BPA pe, there is so much of awareness. But the companies can have almost same thing, but the moment they rebrand it, repackage it, again it will become very dangerous. So, for example, BPA, we got to know breast cancer, infertility, puberty, early puberty, neurological disorders. So there was a protest. So we want, what did we do? BPA free, no bisphenol A, but it could be BPS, Z, BPF, anything. So just remember this term, toxic alphabet soup. Not exactly this, but something related. Also, we know something known as greenwashing, blue washing, just to give the impression that the product is environmentally safe or conscious, but in reality it is not. Second, you can also fudge your accounts and say that this much of money is going to funds of environment and climate. In reality, it may be not. Yes or no? All these are challenges that we face, right? वो अलग है, वो अलग डिबेट चल रही है और एस्पेक्ट्स पे. कौन सा? नहीं नहीं वो ठीक है, you can use that concept. What you are saying is अभी ORS पे बैन करा गया, that whole controversy is going on. हाँ, वो use कर सकते हो. But this is toxic. This is specifically for this context, right? The idea what you are saying is ORS को ban किया. Now in that, not ORS, they had not banned it, but in the recent, this was in the news, right? We had seen that. Okay. ठीक है. Now flip. These are the major things that were in news. Waste पे आना. Let's come to waste. Okay. Now, in waste, we will fill half the page. In the remaining half, some of the rules related to waste. General questions are asked on acts. But the rules, at least the basics of that, you can later on go through the PPT. I'll tell you only the conceptual part that you need to know. In waste management, one thing remember, in India, the different types of waste have different rules. हमने कर रखा है ये, and these rules get power from which act, right? So one is, of course, we have different types of waste. This you can create solid, plastic, e-waste, battery waste, right? Hazardous waste, so on and so forth. There are various wastes that we have. Second thing is when we have to manage the waste. Okay, here are few concepts one needs to know. EPR. What is EPR? Extended producer responsibility. First, here simply means producer. You have made a product, a bottle. Your responsibility does not enter here, but it is through the entire chain. The responsibility is there, right? So that means even the safe disposal, collection, and treatment of the waste is also the responsibility of producer. True or false? Right? Now, this you have to know that in which rules do we have a mention of EPR, extended producer responsibility? Is it there in plastic waste management rules? अच्छा, this was for the very first time there in the e-waste rules, but अब वो question नहीं पूछेंगे. They have already asked this. So in the e-waste rules, it is there now. The point is rules keep on changing. Earlier there was 2011 rules. Plastic maybe we have 2011, 2016, 2019, 2021, 2022, 2024. You don't have to remember each of the rule. Broadly remember so that yes, in these rules, plastic waste or e-waste rules, we have a mention of extended producer responsibility. Is it also there in the case of anything where the waste can be reused, recycled? We are trying to incorporate the concept of extended producer responsibility, right? Even this is there. So in the entire chain, this is getting added, right? Circular economy, we've already had a look at and we have discussed it. Now the question on circular economy will be based on, let's say, what all things do we have in India, which, for example, जैसे ये है, for example, right? There are circular economy में, what is it? What are the basic pillars? This one can have a look at. But main thing, for example, here in India, there are many things which support the idea of circular economy. Many things. One, for example, even vehicle scrappage policy, right? Although there are some concerns with the vehicle scrappage, but if you look at the idea, for example, if I buy a car, the most biggest concern with people with disposal of a car is there is not adequate scrappage, right? So if there is a proper scrappage policy, this will also help. Second, Niti Aayog has prepared a paper on resource efficiency. Of resource efficiency, now if you see the term, this is also related to circular economy. It is promoting this idea. Up iske beyond, battery waste management rules again talk about circular economy because it is linked to EPR. Yes or no? Extended producer responsibility, plastic waste, e-waste, all of this ultimately support the idea of extended producer responsibility, right? इसमें you write down one thing अलग से, write mission life. No, अलग से you write mission life. Even mission life talks about circular economy and it says that circular economy is not new to India. Even in the earlier times we have been following circular economy, but you write mission life also promotes circular economy. So if I say mission life promotes less waste, true, right? Conscious lifestyle, environmentally sustainable lifestyle, all of that will be a part of that, right? Now, so EPR is one, circular economy is there. Now we come to waste to energy. Okay, now we will do some of the terms we have already seen. Few terms that you need to know. Now, incineration, just remember heating in the presence of oxygen. So we have put in oxygen and put a tick mark. Pyrolysis is heating in the absence of oxygen, right? A related term to pyrolysis is also biotrig. Okay, it uses the same thing that is there. Plasma is the state of matter, right? So this also talks about elevated heating or higher or heating of waste at high temperatures, and then you separate out certain gases. Plasma gasification. What are the different states of matter apart from solid, liquid, and gas? And BEC, Bose-Einstein condensate. Bose-Einstein condensate happens to be a mains PYQ. Okay. Can fermentation be used to treat waste? कोई simple example बताओ. So biogas, etc. Anything else? Again, fungus or rated fermentation, many things can be here. That is a simple example of fermentation. Now this is important, biomethanation. सबसे important चीज, here do you need oxygen or you don't need oxygen? Anaerobic. What is the outcome of biomethanation? Ultimately you have biogas. Biogas is rich in, right? अब इसको आप CNG, biogas and bio CNG सतत program, you can also have a linkage there, right? You have torrefaction. How many of you recall torrefaction? Heating of the biomass, making it more compact. So reduces moisture, makes things more compact. Right? So first know these names, what is happening. Sometimes a very basic question can be there, that biogas, and we can make these mistakes. We don't know what is the main composition, presence of oxygen, absence of oxygen, right? The term is biomethanation, right? So the biogas plants will be using biomethanation. See, these are the two main things to remember here. Now, we have done gasification, याद है आप लोग को? Coal gasification, the basic parts, etc., etc. Now, in this waste to energy, there is also one more linked topic that we should know. इसको आप अलग से लिखो. Okay, and we will see few things here. The very first thing in biofuels is to know the national okay. First gen is what? Food crop. So basically anything with starch, it can be sugarcane, it can be a rotten potato, etc. All these are what? Food crop. But main thing is food crop which is their excess. First priority will always be to have food security, hai na? Right? The food crop, I'm just writing example, anything with starch. Second generation is non-food crop, example you can write is Jatropha. Third generation is the use of algae. Fourth generation, genetic modification of certain algae. The first thing from this national policy in biofuels we get to know is the 4 generations. Okay. Second thing, as a derivative of this policy only, is we are trying to increase the feed stock. Different things which can actually be used as biofuels. Yes or no? Right? Now, here this is also linked to PM G1 Yojana. PM G1 Yojana, forget the money. 500 crore rupees is there for setting up second generation bio refinery infrastructure. Now if you are making the biofuel, okay, you also have to refine it so that ultimately it can be used as a biofuel. है ना, capacity होनी चाहिए अपने पास. उसके लिए second generation refinery, think of second generation here. So 500 crore, this is to be used as VGF, viability gap funding. So there is a linkage from PM Jeevan Yojana, right? Different, which can be used as biofuel, right? In India, everywhere you will always have a food versus fuel debate. Yes or no? So one, India will always first prioritize the food security. If I have any excess production, that I will use here. So it is not that every food we are generating will be made a biofuel. इसलिए मैं अलग से लिख रहा हूँ, so that you will remember food versus. There are some countries who have gone only for the fuel, and then they had a rapid inflation and even a lot of political instability in these regions. Even Venezuela, right? For one example. Now, is this clear? Now, why this topic becomes important, I'll give you two linkages to this topic. In 2023, when India was heading the G20, there was a launch of Global Biofuel Alliance, right? Till now, you have not had a question on Global Biofuel Alliance, right? अब इसका देखो, what should or can be asked, what will be the benefits of such an alliance? This will have environmental benefits, true or false? कैसे होंगे environmental benefits? Reduce emissions. I can use the biofuel and even mix it with the existing fuels. Overall emissions कम हो सकते हैं मेरे, right? Can it have economic benefits? Reduce the forex, for example. Okay. Can it double farmers' income? And this it can do globally also, right? But here I am actually meaning that the import will reduce. So you write it in simply. The forex will be saved. Okay. 2x the farmer's income, right? All of these are the benefits. So here you can look into some of the countries, okay, which are there. But the most recent linkage I will make is to, how many of you remember this? Belem 4x pledge, 4 times of what? Sustainable fuels. अब देखो, sustainable fuels, you can also talk about hydrogen as a fuel, methanol as a fuel, biofuels again as a fuel, right? So either you will face a question on Belem 4x or a question on sustainable fuels or even a question on biofuels. अब इसी से link topic है, which I think you also did yesterday also in the fuels topic. The different blending of fuels also, ethanol blending, etc., E20, E10, etc., can be a topic, right? So that is why this is a very broad topic of biofuels. From the environment perspective, yes, there is a lot of linkage. Even from the science and economy perspective, there will be linkages when you look at this topic, right? इसी के नीचे, write down the heading only. I will give you that as a factual part. The concepts I have told you. In the National Bioenergy Mission, the most important mission under this heading, all the terms that we have seen are mentioned, right? National. You just write the heading. You will find this as a 1-page slide. This is the overall government's mission, which tries to consolidate everything related to energy, waste management, waste to energy. That is National Bioenergy Management. Okay, so in this particular section, we should know national policy on biofuels. We should know PM Jeevan Yojana. We can also know Govardhan scheme. We can also know Satat, SATAT Satat scheme, and National Bioenergy Mission. The PDF that I'll share you for this, you will have all these 5 in one page each. You can revise that. Okay? If there is anything which is very peculiar, which you do not know, only that should come to your notes. So in notes, if there are many things which you already know, अच्छा ठीक है, समझ में आ रहा है, ठीक है. This anyways you will be able to solve it in the exam and do it in the exam. So generally, notes should have the things we are generally likely to forget, right? That is there. Now, Come to the last aspect on sustainability. Biotrig is just an application of this part, right? This also uses, the biotrig part also uses इसमें आपको देखो ये है, this is biotrig, you will find it in detail. New waste management technology that can help rural Indians. Simply hai, technology is based on pyrolysis system. Okay, sealing the waste inside oxygen free chambers. Oxygen free is nothing but pyrolysis. So I have just only mentioned this is a biotrig. Okay, biochar, have we done it already? पढ़ रखा है हमने अच्छे से, ठीक है? So these are the terms, you can go through this. अब आ जाओ sustainability पे. तो इसी में what I'm telling you, all the schemes, their objectives and plans are already shared. A factual part even has information of few previous years, sustainable aviation fuel, biomass briquettes, all of that. ठीक है? अब in sustainability, these are the few things, right? अब इसमें because we have limited time अभी, you can just hear this part and later on you can just fill that sustainability में what I'm going to do with you, right? Now, in sustainability, we start with reducing methane emissions. Have we covered it already? पहले बताओ, याद करो how? हरित धारा, alternate wetting and drying, yes or no? Right, direct seeding, right? So there are different ways to reduce methane emissions, and this can be methane. You will expect at least one question on methane. It can be any type. It can be methane cycle. It can be sources of methane. It can be consequences. It can be initiatives, or even reducing methane emissions. Okay? This is one. Now, har saal this is in the news. Green crackers. So I need to know what these green crackers are. Right? One second. So just to know what it has. So first thing is Niri. Okay, and there are three names here: Swas, Star, Tafal, right? And for you, what you have to just see, because here main thing is what is present. So it will not comprise potassium nitrate and sulfur, right? But uski jagah, how are they actually doing it, right? That is, so it will have reduced intensity, lesser particulate matter, minimum use of, for example, aluminium, etc. Usage of magnesium instead of aluminium, etc. So that is one part, right? So that is one. Okay, so green crackers, tar, swas, and safal. These are few examples. Okay. Now the next one was. I'll just keep this slide as the main slide. Your green crackers, we'll see that. There'll also be one slide where single one-line terms will be there. Green cement, green ammonia, anything green, 4 or 5 terms in the recent 1 year have been in use. That you'll also cover here, right? So there will be almost a kind of a green dictionary that you'll also find along with this. वैसे green के काफी terms हैं. Anything which has the word green. Greenwashing they've already asked you, by the way. Okay, now it's not a very difficult term, right? But other than that, जैसे green cement में what is exactly green cement? How many of you know green hydrogen? But can you tell me what is the standard of green hydrogen? Defined by MNRE. कितना होता है exact? What is defined as green hydrogen in India? This is the definition of green hydrogen. Okay, what exactly is mentioned, you should also know that, right? What is the threshold in which month average? If they have to ask you a more factual question, this is by MNRE. So even these factual parts are also covered for your reference, right? So sustainability mein all the topics that we have seen, how they are pro environment, how they help in at least reducing the emissions, or if there is the new technology. For example, in the last class I was also telling you the plastic eating bacteria, etc. So all those names you will also cover from this. Okay, so last में थोड़ा सा जो factual part है, you can cover from this particular part, right? Then not only greenwashing, but let's say other terms. ये तो चलो सबको पता है what is greenwashing. But what is, for example, green hushing? What is green wishing? These are terms. Terms के लिए, if you have gone through the terms a couple of times, you will get that question right. And there have been terms. जैसे UPSC has asked you blue carbon, ocean. Oh, sorry, they've asked you carbon fertilization. So if we are clear on the terms, you will be sorted on that front, right? So that is there. So now I will almost wrap this up. So isme what is green hydrogen, what are the points here, what is ZBNF, the 4 elements of ZBNF: zero budget, natural farming, right? Bijamrit, Jivamrit, mulching, Vapas, etc. This anyways you may have also already covered it, but just for a reference, because sustainability may anything they can again re-ask you. What is conservation agriculture? What is zero tillage agriculture? So even those parts, relay cropping ke फायदे क्या हैं? Conservation. See, this has also been asked by UPSC. This has also been asked. So conventional tillage is there. Slightly better version is conservation, and even better version is no tillage. So again, this will be a recap for you for those parts. Okay? And the last will be how zeolites help in agriculture. Right? They help the soil, they help the crops, they help in wastewater treatment. Various points are there. So these are the major points that are to be covered. Right? So I'll again come back to this part here. We've covered this species part in good detail. Soil pollution, right? Now main part you have to do is revise. Waste to energy, sustainability. Here the very first step is till lecture 4. I have shared the PDFs now. Only this one is remaining. With certain value additions, I'll be sharing this. So it may be at least this part, because बहुत बार क्या होता है ना, generally we don't even cover this aspect in environment. So any small detail, even if a one line is there, I will add it. वो हम पढ़ लेंगे एक बार अच्छे से एग्जाम से पहले. Now what should be the modus operandi for all of you? Again, we've had a very extended discussion on the subject of environment, right? So first thing is, please go through and revise these topics. Okay? People online also, I think most of the doubts I have taken today. एक तो revise करो अच्छे से, ठीक है? Of course, you have to again brace up for the next set of classes. On Monday again you have a class, and again the classes will go on. So revise करेंगे पहली चीज. If you find time, do the PYQs. We may also plan a session to cover the PYQs of subject wise, like we've done in the past also. ठीक है? और उसके बाद the only litmus test for you, for example, now you're done with environment, okay? If you are following PRP, those of you tests करो, गलतियां कर रहे हो, you will improve. Or any other test which you have joined, whatever subject gets done, you have to practice it sectional test, right? You will make mistakes, no issues. You've done economy, major part. You've done modern history now. You are done with environment. इनके अब कहीं से भी आपको questions मिल रहे हैं. If you have PRP or any other test series which you are doing, whatever mistakes you are making, go back to your notes, either add it, or now you will find, acha, I did not read the content in this manner. Yes or no? That is the benefit of questions that we see more and more. That is what is needed. Revise it. इसमें जब last level पे, because this is the month of January that we are speaking, the last 2 or 3 months of update, we will update you either on YouTube or how to cover it or through a PDF, etc. So that one last updation will happen. Okay? Because any of these summits, etc. can again happen. Maybe the FSI, the forest survey report is pending, etc. Try to complete your homework. बहुत लंबा homework हो गया होगा now. The last 4 lectures are also there. Do that. You may also find a trivia based question based on it. ठीक है? Today you did not get any break from 10 AM to almost I think 5 hours extended session हो गया है. थोड़ा सा taxing हुआ होगा सबके लिए, but the good part is we are done with this huge chunk of environment. ठीक है? So take rest. आज और कल में कोशिश करना PDFs भी go through कर लो, L3 और L4 की. L5 for this particular part I'll share with you. ठीक है? So thank you so much. Okay, nice interacting with all of you. Great. Okay.